Welcome in and hello. We are here. We are early. Usually we know what that means if I'm early. Welcome in, friends. How we doing? Good to see you. The missus is out. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that's right. You're bored. No, it's not necessarily boredom. It's Mrs. Flash is away for the night. I miss her song. Oh, man. Yeah. Hello, friends. Welcome in. How are we doing? Oh, okay. But yeah, we're going to be working on the badge today. We're going to be trying to get some more diner in there, man. I want to get this badge. I want to get it ASAP. I want to get it. I want to get it. Okay. Early caught you off guard. I know. Listen, I know. I'm sorry, okay? The way that I look at it, though, it's a pleasant surprise. If you go to check at the normal stream time and you're like, oh, he's already there. See? How nice. Finn, welcome in. Hello. Phoenix, hello, friend. What's up, Ann? Been working on yours. Nice. I don't even know how many games I'm in, but we got to get working on it. Fwank. Hi, Fwank. Oh, man. The diner's been so fun. I've been enjoying it. Starting soon screens. Oh, thank you, Allie. Hi, friend. Isn't it awesome? I love it. They did such a good job. Why is that so quiet? Okay, that was almost too quiet. I can't hear that at all. I'm going to turn it up a little bit for now. We can always turn it down later if we need to. There's the badge for if you complete the map 50 times. If you complete the Nell's Diner 50 times, if you get the ghost correct 50 times, then you unlock another badge. Yeah. All the badges. There's so many damn badges, dude. Yeah. So many. How was Thursday? How was yesterday? Oh, good, I guess. You do like the diner badge? I haven't even seen it. I think I glanced at it once, but I didn't go out of the way to look for it. Yeah. Oh, man. Now both my arms hurt. I got shots in both my arms. So it's like, we'll see how tonight goes. My favorite badge, it's tough. There's a few badges that I like. Kaylee, thank you for the 11 months. The Easter egg badges on both maps are pretty sick. Pretty great. You'll know if you got the badge if you get a notification. Who shot you? The doctor did. You'd have a badge bulletin board. Oh, that'd be cool to see them all at the same time. That's actually a really great idea. I like that. Yeah. Do you know if Kinetic plans to implement hand tracking for? I have no idea. I'm not going to know that kind of information. That's questions you ask them, not me. Yeah. Consider yourself a badge collector. I would also consider myself a badge collector. I really do like the idea of having a board where you can see all the badges at the same time. Yeah. Shirts great. Oh, thank you, friend. Had an artist, had one of our community members make that. Yeah. It was for Halloween like 2 years ago. Oh, crap. I didn't change the playlist. Oh, well, you're going to hear this again. Is it true that if I watch you for 2 hours, I get a badge? That is the word on the street, or so they say. Or so they say. Britt, thank you for the subs. Oh, Shrek, thank you for the subs. Thank you, guys. Tips for getting the APOC silver with the new objectives. Honestly, if the objectives seem daunting, then I would re-roll and just get more objectives, get better ones. You don't have to, whenever you get into the map, you don't have to look at the board and say, well, I'm just stuck with these. You could just leave and go back in. And when you see better objectives like smudge the ghost, escape the ghost, and something else stupid or small, like that's the way to go. If you can. Used to have a place for all the con badges for display. I really, really like the idea of being able to see all the badges at the same time. Like a bulletin board on the other side of the effing map, the board. Hello? You know? Do Roadhouse in insane mode. No, thank you. Thank you for the follows, guys. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Rerolled maybe 50 times for getting the APOC 3. It takes time sometimes. Hey, Mr. Doodle, how are you? Welcome in. The empty side. Yeah. Why not put him over there? Put a little light above it. Come on. Drifter. They already have display cases for trophies, so it doesn't make sense. I agree. I think it's a fantastic idea, and I'm going to pass that on. I'm going to say we had an amazing friendo in chat who had a great idea. We're going to say Old McCroaster needs the things. Oh, thank you, Savvy. I need to pick a day. I need to pick a day for a celebration stream. I haven't decided yet. Hi, Grim. Thank you for the 31 months. Oh, my God. Tier 3. Thank you, Fran. How the hell are you, dude? Celebration. Well, so we reached 100,000 followers on Twitch, and I wanted to pick a day for celebrations. I need to talk to the missus, though, and make sure that she approves, because it'll probably be a 12-hour stream. I would like to do it this month, if possible. So that's the idea. We'll see how it goes. Yeah. Just a few couple. At least 2. Yeah. Ledge, thank you for the follow, dude.
Lizard.
Remember we hit 1K song? I remember when I was looking at trying, like when I was just had this big old goal of trying to get to 100 followers. Good times, man. Good times. Biscuit, thank you so much for the sub. Zachy, thank you for the biddies.
Lizard.
Flash, how do I brush my teeth? Well, first what you do is you leave. Oh my God, Grim. Oh, I 1,000,000% need Mrs. Flash's stamp of approval. That's a must. There's no question. Grim. The absolute fuck. Would you want to do the 12-hour stream not during drops? My thought process was to not do it during these drops. Maybe next week. Maybe. I didn't want to do it this week. No. Let it cool down a little bit and then do the things. Natty, thank you for the 10 months. I can already feel it. The other thing about starting early today was like, I don't know how my arms are going to feel after a while, so we'll see how it goes. Yeah. God dang it. I still...
Lizard.
Hold on. This is not... We're not listening to the same 3 songs over and over and over again. There we go. Okay, I fixed it. Apollo, thank you for the prime. Kev! Thank you for the biddies, dude. Keep it moving. Yeah. I don't know how I could do that, though. Like, would I play like this? do I play with my arms bouncing up and down? Oh, my God. YouTube content really helped. Just got a 41-second run with friends. Holy hell, dude. Oh, yeah, the Mare ability. See, that is just a gem of a moment. When you get a ghost that actually does its ability, oh, that is just class. Oh, my God. I have played Phas in VR, and hear me out. I was watching Time earlier, doing my lurky thing, what I normally do. And he really did he made me want to play again. Yeah. Hi, Kev. He makes me want to play in VR. I always have issues, though. That's my problem. Because I'm trying to do multiple things. I'm trying to make sure that I have chat and activity available. I will see what I can do about getting VR set up, because I would love to play the diner in VR. I would love to. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Pixelated, thank you for the biddies. Iron Man, thank you for the 1-year prime, dude. It's difficult, I know. But I remember, well, sorry, I don't know if you guys remember, but I put a pause on doing the VR stuff because opening doors was a literal nightmare. Like, they had it so effing hard to open any doors. But I remember DK telling me we're working on fixing it to make it better. So word on the street is that it's better. So we'll see what we can do. Yeah. Thank you for the follows, guys. Welcome in. I have a question. My mic doesn't work in the game. Chat, would you know how to fix it? Are you on console or are you on Steam? Tis the question. But yeah, man, we're working on this. How am I only at 28? I feel like I've played so much more than just 28 matches. You're on console? I would go into their Discord server. If you go to discord.gg/Phasmophobia, I can almost guarantee it'll take you to their Discord and let them know you're having issues. They probably can solve it for you. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I did get more information about a certain thing. People have been really struggling on console to get the ATM card to work. Or that link. Oh, yeah, or that. People have been struggling to get the ATM card to work. I have been told by multiple sources it does work. It's just difficult right now. Maybe, hopefully, they're going to, like, increase the range or something like that. But it does work. It's just finicky on a console because you have a controller instead of a mouse where you can be more precise. So I was told, and they, like PS5 user was like, nope, I got it to work. You also got it to work, Song? Yeah. No, console. Console. Steam has been no problem. It's easy if you crouch in front of it. Oh, really? So that makes it easier. Any word on you doing a collab with Impulse? I have yet to actually reach out. Yeah. I'm on PS5 and it worked and I crouched. Okay. So there you go. If anybody in chat is having a problem getting it, try crouching and let me know how it works, because it looks like a lot of people are saying crouching was beneficial. Yeah. Just connect to mouse. Okay. All right. Have you experienced the Obake handprint on the double? I have not seen an Obake handprint at the diner yet. I haven't even seen that yet. Use a controller on PC and had no problems. Yeah, I wonder what it is with consoles, though. There's got to be a thing and stuff, right? What do you think about VR viewer lobbies? No. No way. It would be too much for me to juggle as is. I don't mind if other people are in VR, but I'm already tense because I'm trying to juggle VR myself and make sure that I'm not having issues. So trying to do that while also communicating with viewers and stuff. I don't know. Maybe one day, but know your limits. Thank you guys for the hype train, dude. Thank you. My God. What a way to start. Your first Obake handprint was the diner? You animal. Do you have a video discussing where the cursed items are in the diner? I do. It's not a long form video. It's a short form, but it's literally tailored for where the cursed possessions are. Do you watch TikTok, YouTube, or Instagram? Hi, Dahlia. Hello, friend. TikTok. So if you go to my TikTok, go to FlashForce Plays, and you will see how many videos ago? 4 videos. So 4 videos ago. So left side, second video down, you'll see it's right there on the front. Cursed possession locations. Yep. Yep. Know your limits and play within them. Sounds like... No, that's not what that is. Hi, Sissy. How are you? Hello, Fran. Stop in and say hello. Thank you, Miss Dolly. I appreciate you. You're welcome. Absolutely. I'm not going to have a video on every last thing, but I try my best to get as much out there as I can. The latest video I put out there was our speculations about the possible teaser of a new map. I just was curious what people thought. I'm going to start posting stuff like that. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. Who knows? I might bounce back and forth between difficulties. I'm not sure. I do need to take off my tier 3 headgear, though. Where's my headgear? Headgear. Get out of there. I think the rest is okay. Yeah, it should be fine. So I'm currently at 28 of 50. We have some work to do. I didn't realize I played not a lot of maps. I thought I was way further along than I actually am. Love a cinema map. I would love any of those, man. Cinema, motel, circus. Oh, it would be so good. Finally off work. Benny, thank you for the biddies. Pots, thank you for the 8 months. All right. Let me get started in the stuff and the things, and then I'll be ready to go, okay? And then we'll go do the thing with the stuff. Boop, 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 boop. All right, go there. Hey, cats, how are you? If there's one thing I'm really glad that they're starting to do, especially because we saw the diner, well, we see the diner and we see how well it is. English. We see how good it is. I like that they are trying. I like that they're trying to do maps that are just not houses. That makes me happy. I don't want just houses. Yeah. Hey, Maxwell, how are you? Hello. Jacob, hello. Welcome in. Yeah. A variety. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we are on Twitch. Yeah. Did we also figure out what rooms are supposed to not be ghost rooms? We did figure that out. So apparently it was just not updated, or I don't know. Maybe they forgot. There's technically 14. Do they even list it as such? No. So technically there's 14 rooms in the diner, including the foyer. And the foyer is the only room that can't be a ghost room. Literally the only one. Yeah. Blue, enjoy the drops. Absolutely, friend. No, thank you for the 5 months. First time catching the live. Welcome, man. Welcome, welcome. Love a prison rework. I would love all of them to get reworked. And they're going to be eventually. It's just a matter of time. People are like, well, we just want new maps. We don't want to rework the old ones. Just give us new. But you have to understand the perspective of them wanting to go 1.0 with this game. And it's that they want to get rid of all the asset maps. So they're working on it. They're working on it. Tips for looping. Yeah, don't die. I hope that helped. Yeah. I like reworks because they've looked better. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Grafton and Bleasdale are amazing. These are so much better than what the old maps were. People that are saying that they miss the old ones are just saying that because they were so used to them. You can't say that the old maps are better than these ones. No way in hell. No way in hell. So helpful. You're very welcome. Looping, it just really depends on where you're looping, honestly. That's one of the biggest things. Yeah. They're doing so good. I love it. All right. We have some maps to do, man. I am only on 28 of 50. Let's get rolling. Yeah. Jocelyn, hello. The old ones were way better. Oh, so you like to lie like some of the others. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Hi, Reese. How are you? Love that they're doing the game. The updates are so good. They've been doing such a great job over the past year. Yeah. You're live. I know. I'm not supposed to be live for like another hour and a half, but we're here. Listen, if anything, it's more chances for us to get a blood moon, which, by the way, I still have yet to get a natural blood moon on Grafton. Has not happened yet. Not for me. The only blood moon that I have seen on Grafton was forced. That was literally it. Are they trying to get away from default asset because it costs them money? No, they're trying to get away from default asset because if they're trying to go full release with a game, full release with assets that don't belong to them doesn't make sense. They are trying to get rid of all the old assets so that their entire game belongs to them. Having a bunch of things in the game that they didn't create, that's like opening an art gallery and you're like, well, I didn't make those ones, but I made those ones though. No, you want to be proud of what you did, and to be proud of what you did as in like you created everything, right? And that's what their goal is. They want to create everything. Hello, Katie. Is prison? No. There's a bunch. We still have Tanglewood. We still have Edgefield. We still have Willow. Now, even though they made it, they use assets to make that map. That's how they got started. But now they're a large enough company to where they can recreate everything, right? From scratch. And that's what they've done. We're starting to do at least. Yeah. Dahlia had a blood moon on the diner. Oh, of course she did. Turd. Katie, thank you for the subs. Callie, thank you for the 11 months. Subaru, thank you so much for the 3 months, dude. All right, let's go. I would love to see High School and Prison get remakes 1,000,000%. Absolutely. Oh, Tanglewood, I can't wait either. People are so afraid. I think it's going to be great. I think it's going to be great. Is this the Sweet Tooth badge? The one that I had? Yes. Yes. Careful, it's Nightmare. Roger that. Thank you. All right, let's rock. Where you at, nerd? Wait. No, we're good. You're good, Teeny. No worries. You're fine. Oh, man. Like my bones. I got my tetanus shot today and also flu shot today. They're like, well, which arm do you want it on? I'm like, well, are they on separate arms or the same? Oh, well, one on your left, one on your right. Like, what the hell does it matter then? Just give me the stuff, Doc. Don't let the ghost hug you. Roger that. Oh, well. Aren't we just angry? I get they want to get rid of the assets, but their newer maps are so much more complicated than the old ones. Sometimes I want a chill game. I'm concerned that when all the asset maps are reworked, that the experience will be lost. I think that's a very fair criticism. And I can only hope that maps like Tanglewood will be a good testament that not every map is going to be some super crazy complicated piece of work, right? I know what you're saying. I completely know what you mean. You don't want every single map to have 50,000 assets that you have to fight through. Toilet steak? Oh yeah, I can do a toilet steak here. Yeah. Did you see that people made another fake Easter egg for the diner? I certainly did. Yeah. Yeah. It's really annoying. It's really trolly and annoying. Learn more. Oh, get out of here. Ray, thank you for the 4 months, dude. Remember to deep fry the steak before the toilet. Roger that. I will take note of that. Deep fry steak before toilet. Well, I don't think it's the map layout that they're talking about. I think they're talking about think like Grafton. Grafton can almost feel overwhelming for some people because of how hectic it feels. There's a lot of stuff everywhere. So it makes you feel claustrophobic in certain areas, but it also makes you feel overwhelmed. It's overstimulated, right? I can get that. Like here, I don't feel that here. Diner, I do not feel that here at all. I think that's what they mean. They could correct me if I'm wrong. We can flippery doodah switcher too. Hey Gallop, how are you? Orbicals? No? Okay. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to see it. Dude, okay. Well, this is gonna be harder than I thought. Or not. Never mind. I'll shut up. The main entrance doors the main entrance doors bug since they open different ways. What? What do you mean they bug? What do you mean? Farmhouse is too noisy. It's just that the heavy rain is extremely loud and they know that. So I'm hoping that they fix it. Thank you for all the follows, guys. Welcome in. If you guys are here, by the way, drops are still active. If you guys haven't earned your animated drops yet, watching right now, you're earning it right now on the purple side. So watch for 2 hours. If you're curious about how to check your progress, if you go to twitch.tv/drops, you'll be able to see how far along you are. Yeah. So is the Easter egg. I know. Listen, pro tip, if you're going to do the Easter egg on this map and continue playing, don't. Do the Easter egg at the end when you're about to leave. It is extraordinarily loud. Danny, welcome in. All right. Well, we have writing. I guess I could check. If it does dots and walks out that way, we'd be able to see it through that cam too. Learned the hard way. Oh, so did we. Same here. What is a Thanksgiving smoothie? Well, you see. Hi, couch potatoes. Well, you see. Just picture all of the amazing things you have for Thanksgiving together. Hoping the motel picture. I really hope so too. I really do too. Make a Scottish map Google if you. I have no idea what that is. I have no clue. Don't want to picture that? Yeah, go ahead. Picture it. You're fine. Nothing? All right, let's go. Crucifix. Hey, Lost. How are you? Oh, no. Why? Well, I'm a glutton for punishment and chat enjoys it too. So, yeah. So who hurt you? Well, where do I start? Do you want that chronologically or alphabetically? Hi, Hope. Hello. A sip of turkey doesn't sound appetizing to you. A sip of turkey. Ugh. I'm going to ask Doc to make an AI song about that. I have not found the bone yet. No. No. Good shout, though. I will look for it. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? We'll do 2 for 1. Where are you? Are you here? It is not that cold. Why is it so warm? Where are you? Wait a minute. No, all my stalking ghosts are gone. I'm puzzled. I thought maybe the room was a little bit warm because maybe the ghost was roaming to me and it was like stalking or something, you know? No, I guess not. Your daughter piles everything on her rolls. Oh my God. Hi, King. Hello. Do you think they should do something like this? Earn badges by leveling up, completing certain challenges or events, or watching. It'd be cool if they also let you buy certain ones from the store. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. Like using your Faz dollars to purchase some like high level badges. I like that. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, when in Rome. I do like that. Imagine, yeah, because like there's going to be cosmetics that are added to the game eventually, right? So I imagine we're going to be using our in-game currency to buy those. So why not? What are Faz dollars? Dollars in Faz. Yeah, not a mayor. Oh, that's right. It was an option. Oh, Ghosty, what are you? Make it feel like the money can be used. Right, because when you get to a certain point, you're just stockpiling, right? Ryder, thank you for the 5 months. Thank you guys for the follows. I appreciate it. Ellen, thank you for the heart me. Hello. They're going to use Doge. I hate it here. I just despise it here sometimes, you know? Yeah, Faz dollars. Hi, Ellen. You know what? Let's go on a trip. Let's look for the bone. We're going on a trip. Okay, question. Has anybody had a ghost touch this and it like go up to here and just drop back down? Has anyone had that happen yet? Or has every touch been just like this guy or that guy? Thank you, B. Thank you, Cog. Not yet. No. You did last night. So did it do this guy like this and then just drop it? I'm curious. If we get a ghosty over here, I'm going to like leave the lights on and hopefully it'll screw with these. The reason I asked that is because we had a ghost in this area the other day and it touched this, but it looked like a Ure touch and it lifted up like that. And we were right. It was a Ure. Had a ghost completely walk through it. Oh, yeah. They're not going to get stopped by those. It's not going to stop to like lift this up. I did find the controller, by the way. Oh, okay. That's fine. You know what? F that light. That was... That's stupid. So I can't walk through there, but my items sure can. All right. Oh, wait. Check, please. Give me the remote. Here, we'll put the shows on. There you go. Had it open all the way and it was not a Ure. Yeah, well, I'm just curious if it'll do, but like I said, if it'll do this. Or like when it touches this, it like touches a little bit and then it just drops. And gravity takes away. What's up, Stab? Where to bone? Had a ghost lift the door slowly. It was a Ure first, but it turned out to be a Hantu. So it lifted it slowly, but did it lift it all the way? How the F is your breaker not off? Because I turned it on. There's no boners anywhere. What the hell? Silencing, thank you for the biddies. Hope the night's going amazing. It is going very well, friend. I'm here with you guys hanging out. What else could I ask for? It's going to be in a room. It's going to be right in the middle. It's going to be a spine. What if the boner's in the safe? That would be really, really funny. Not open. Where the hell? You know what? Oh, hey, the mirror. I have not been in the female restroom yet. Hand in the break room? Oh, were you guessing? Stop pooping. I haven't been in the men's restroom either. Thank you. I needed that. Oh, I thought I saw it. Dude, chill. Oh, I'm sure the subtitles are just interesting as hell. What the? Oh, maybe it's in the middle of the dining room. It might be. I feel like I didn't do a good look in the dining room. You had a Hantu in the freezer? Oh my God. You found its home. Murphy, thank you for the 17 months, friend. By the way, we still have one piece of evidence, right? Okay, I do have a lighter. Okay. I was about to yell at myself. It's finally almost freezing-ish. We have not heard a fiver in here. Ghostie's walking around. You know what? When in Rome. You thought you saw it under the urinal? Okay. You thought you saw it under the urinal. Oh, that's what you saw. I saw the same thing. I saw that too. You saw this. The line from the vent. Yeah. I also thought that was it. No, you're okay. No. That absolutely almost tricked me as well. Stupid vent. What the hell? Is it going to be like on a table? Oh, stupid. Well, we found it though. Thank you for the follows, guys. Scarlett. How do you get the badge with the donut on it? By watching my stream for 2 hours. You have from now to the 18th to do said things. Why is there a vent under there? I don't exactly know. We still have one piece of evidence, by the way. Wait a minute. Okay, it can't be a Goryo. Would you freeze already? Although, have I ever really checked for UV? What the hell is that? Oh, bitch. It was my own doing. I did it myself. Bonus points if you pee in the vent. I hate it here. What the? How did you do that? What the hell? What the hell? All right. You're not touching doors. I'm gonna have to go get salt. You know what? We're gonna go get salt. F this. We're not playing this game. I'm gonna drop this here too. Is UV with the salt the easiest thing to do to get the UV? Yeah, it's faster that way. Because if you're just waiting for it to touch doors and stuff, you're just RNGing it when you could force it. In the freezer, if the ghost is not there, can you get freezing temps? No. And is it normal to see your breath in there? Yes, because it's below 5 degrees. All right, I had black salt. I didn't intend to do that, but here we are. It's fine. You know, it's funny. I was like, yeah, let's floor it through this so I can get the badge. And we're just taking our time. Hey, Josh, what's up? You know, pish posh. Pish posh. Tried asking that 2 times. I'm sorry that I'm not reading every single message, Stab. I do apologize. Please feel free to shun me. Trying to get a perfect game? I don't know. B! Thank you, friend. Will do. That wasn't directed to you. How dare you? Alyssa, thank you for the 7 months. Okay, are you still in here? Shut up, Hope. I see my breath, so I mean, it is hanging out. I don't know where it is, though. Okay, that's fine. You know what? F you. I need you to walk in here so I know that you're in here. Please. Huh. Boo this man! Come on! Are you not in here anymore? But the breath is here. Hey, Spooky, how are you? Is this where you go to get the ID card? That is where you go. One of the many places you could go. Okay. You see my breath, right? Why do you have pepper? Why don't you have pepper? Ooh, it's just a little warmer. I think it's hallway now. That's unfortunate. Let's try to find it. Are you hallway, though? You hooker. Yeah, it is. It's all the way at the end of the hallway. God dang it. Hold on. Oh, it's not UV anyway. Gosh dang it. Good Lord. Oh, wait, no. I already have that, don't I? I already do. Whew. Okay. We're going to put this one this way. Okay. I have no idea. I don't know. I'm going to have to make it hunt or something at this point. Yeah. I keep asking myself if I want to go for perfect games or not. If I care enough or if we just want to get the ghost and get out of there. You know? Tis the question. Booker goes to be at the end of the hallway. I know, right? Oh, of course you stop. Do you want the badge or you want perfect games? Right. I'd really rather have the badge than perfect games right now. Get the ghost, steal the credit card, and scram. I still don't understand why they changed tier 2 UV to tier 1. Because they considered it, I guess, OP. Because the tier 1 UV, the way it used to be, really sucked. And it was set as tier. Well, sorry. The pin light UV sucks. So the fact that it was at a lower tier than this one, which was better. The other way around. The fact that this one was tier 1 and that was tier 2 didn't make sense. But now it also doesn't make sense because you have a non-electronic item that's better than an electronic item. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. Okay. You know what we're going to do? We're going to go grab another smudge or two, and then we're going to make this thing hunt. It's not doing things. Is there a new one to get? There's technically what? You have the ghost in the machine. You've got the money bags card, and then you've got the sweet tooth card. Yeah? So you have 3 that you can get. Give me, and then we're gonna go back in. I don't know what the cursed possession was. I don't know. Careful, SpongeBob. I'm gonna try. Oh, the mirror. Duh. I can't. There we go. That's better. I'll leave this here. Leave that here. Several times I get it to hunt because I don't know why it's being so stingy when it comes to the evidence. I'm not sure. Oh wait, where am I going? Where am I going? What's in the safe? ATM. It's a card. Debit card. Perfect. I know where that is. All right, it's back hallway by the breaker. Does the weekly count towards the 50? Yes, it does. Probably not a Thay, right? Sounds like it's throwing a bunch. Oh, you have no pants on. Are you going to stop? Will you stop, please? Gosh dang it. Okay. Full moon is out tonight. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. And now I have pink eye because he's bare ass. Dude, I don't know what you're hiding from me. Whatever it is, you're doing a great job. It's sped up with line of sight, so we know it's not a Thay. It's not a Revy. It's not a Dio, not a Moroi. Just based on the speed, my sanity should be pretty tanked. I mean, if I want to, I could really make sure it's not this. Probably freezing. I did get really close. Still no freezing. Mm-mm. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you close? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? Are you here? What the? Spirit timer. I do have... Oh, I didn't set the right timer. But I could just double it. Orbs hiding? I would hope not. Watching the vids for a while. Glad I could watch. Hey, welcome in. Yeah. It didn't feel like it was throwing enough to be a Pulte. It's hard to say if it was too loud for a Myling or not. Oh, not a spirit. That was definitely under spirit timer. Is this just an awful demon? Well, here's the real question. Was it doing things in the room when I was in the room? Get a firelight? That's actually a good idea. It did write in the book, but the problem is that it might not have been in the room with me when it did it. Old scuffleupagus over here. Do you hear it? All right, it's done. No, it's a pretty... I think the firelight idea is a pretty good idea. Pretty good idea. Let's go get these lights on real fast. Hey, Sovereign, how are you? I'm good. Didn't it airball you in the same room? But that doesn't... The airball doesn't mean that the ghost is there. That's why when you take a picture of an airball, you don't get a ghost photo because it's not the ghost. Testing on Rio. No, testing for a shade. No, we're testing for a shade. It's a hit and run. That's correct. From a distance, too. Like, what a meanie. Foot, think of it the 9 months. The ghost fat. Finally completed APOC 3. GG's. Nice. A crop dusting, if you will. Yeah, I think what it might be that I change up the tactic and maybe don't even worry about the objectives. Literally get the ghost and leave. If we're gonna grind for the badge, that's the way to do it. For the 100K, what do you think of every time you get a mimic, you eat spicy food or something? Okay. I don't want to make the day awful. Imagine having to explain to your therapist that a ghost did a fart and run. Yeah. Come on, Stinky. Now, this is the same room. Oh, jeez, he scared me. The shuffling of the feet, dude. Okay. Having firelights on every side. Having firelights on every side would have been beneficial. EMF, ghostwriting, and freezing. Is it going to be EMF 5? Hold on. Where's the ghost right now? Is it here in this room? Dang, thank you for the prime, dude. It's starting over here. It might be in the break room now. The second I leave the room. What does the firelight do during a hunt? During a hunt, if the ghost blows out the firelight while it's in the room with you, then you know it's not a shade. Because shades can't do that. I'll work while the ghost is hunting. It's fine. Can it find you because of the firelight? No, but it can find me because of this. Strawberry shake, you got it. Anonymous? Slice of pie? Yeah, what flavor? Worker of the month. Ghost is trying to kill me? I got you guys covered. We're going to shade and leaving. This ghost is being a butthole. You're not paid enough to stop working for a ghost hunt. You take Apple Pay? We do. We have a chip and everything. All right, let's go for it. Did learn you can close the register, just has a major delay. Oh, mine's not really delayed. Mine's usually fine.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Yeah. So what do we think? Try to fly a little bit more and just get the ghosty and get out of there? Might have to be the way, man. Especially if I'm looking to get the badge. Yeah, we're going to be here for a while if I do that. Toilet steak, I can do that for you. Absolutely. Anonymous, thank you for gifting. By the way, we do have these to do. We do have a D's. Take a steak, hold the toilet. Listen, we can't be picky here, Phoenix. You just have to take them for what they are. Got it? Do you understand? Hi, Karumba. Aruko, I'm glad you're here, friend. All right, let's spin it. No, I've not gotten a blood moon yet. No, it still hasn't happened. Sabah. Okay. Well, guess what? We're going to do this. We get to do this twice because we get to do it once to see who's going to get a sub. And then we get to do it again to see who's going to spin the wheel of super giving, if you will, to get the limited merch. So we might as well stay here and do it twice. When in Rome. I like the Easter egg, but it's loud. It is very, very loud. I don't mind it that much if I'm not trying to stick around, but just don't do it early in the match. Yeah. All right. Let's do free gifted. Come on. Free gifted sub. What's the word? I need the word. It can't be sub because that's an actual command. That's an actual command. Steak, shake, turkey, bird, dinner, soda. Listen, don't. Pie? You know what? Let's confuse people. All right. Exclamation point pie. Exclamation point pie. You have 60 seconds. If you are not subbed and you win, I will gift you a sub. If you are subbed and win, you have to choose someone else to get the sub. So it'll be your choice. You get to pick somebody. But yeah, it's a nice opportunity to gift somebody so they don't have ads for a month. They get emotes for a month. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for the follows, guys. You have 35 seconds to do so. 35. Yeah, I think the problem that I'm having is I get bogged down because I have this like completionist mindset in my head that I want to try to get perfect games and things like that. But then I convince myself to not do it. And then I go back in and I'm like, oh, well, I should go for a perfect game. I'm like, wait, no, I don't want to go for a perfect game. I just want to get the ghost. I keep confusing myself. Can I have pie for a month? Okay. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, rock. And then after this one, we'll do this again. One more time. Wait, I want some pie. Okay, as in yes. Ask Cheebs. Cheebs has your month supply of pie. Or something like that. Tell myself not to go for perfect game. Tell myself waiting for media. I know, dude. That's what I've been doing too. Dizzy Queen. Dizzy. I have got you covered, friend. Hold, please. All right. While that's happening. Clear. Oh, God. It's bugging so bad. It's bugging so bad. All right. You see how slow it is? If you guys do exclamation point turkey, you could possibly win some limited time merch. It is merch that is only available via this wheel spin. Sapien, thank you for the 8 months. Dizzy, enjoy the sub, friend. Oh, my arms. We're fine. We're fine. We won't be too much of a baby. This is good timing, too, because this is right before ads are trying to hit. Worst is when you're so close to a perfect, you're like, oh, so close. I know. And then you convince yourself to stay. And then 30 minutes later, you're like, was this actually worth it? Yeah. What is happening? What is this? Get out of here. What is this? Get out of here. What are you? Slipping on. Oh, I think my Bing Bong, plushie might be here. Or I thought I saw it was in the mail. I just haven't gotten it yet. You got auto-modded. Oh, no. All right. You guys have 25 seconds. 25. Do I plan to do a no, absolutely not. Why would I do such a thing? No. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit it. Can't tell if your message sent. Well, did you see it in the chat? As long as you saw it in the chat, you're fine. Maxwell, do you think that they can? We all know the answer here. Thanksgiving smoothie mukbang stream. No, spank you. What a name. Bubblegum Shotgun. Wow. That's a name and a half, dude. Damn. All right. Oh my God, it's freaking out, dude. It's freaking out. It might freeze up. All right. Bubblegum Shotgun, where you at? Quick, show yourself. Let's go. A winner is me. Awesome. GG's. All right, let us do the thing and see what you get. Oh God, the pizza channel. All right. I still have to send McMahon their mug as well. McMahon, if you're here, I see it, friend. All right. Let us spin this and see what they get. Maul, thank you for the 3 months. A tote bag. For all your Thanksgiving needs. All right, friend. I'll make sure to get a hold of you after streamer tomorrow. Same with you, McMahon. I promise. I do promise. All right. Good deal. Well, I have ads in 30 seconds. This is perfect timing. So I do 3 minutes of ads every hour, friends. So that way you guys don't have pre-rolls, especially if you're not subbed or you don't have turbo. So I try to stop all gameplay so that you guys are on the same playing field. Bubblegum, absolutely, friend. So I do 3 minutes. It's a good time just for you guys to stretch. Go take your meds, go get a drink, whatever it may be. But 3 minutes, BRB. Love the design. Phoenix did such a good job. And they did it was really fast too. It was a pretty quick turnaround. Take your meds. I always think of Chinggis. I think of Chinggis every time. And it's really funny because sometimes I'll watch him at like, it'll be nighttime on a Tuesday and I'll flop between like him and Tater and stuff like that. And I usually pop into Chinggis' stream when he's saying, take your meds. And I'm like, oh shit, I didn't take my meds. Yeah. Thank you guys for the follows. Ruck, thank you for the prime, dude. Oh, my Lantas. Sadly, there's no chalky milk. I don't even think we have milk in our house right now. We're failing. We're failing as parents. Is there a shop for the merch to buy, or can you, that merch you can only win? Yeah, we talked about that. Whether I was going to set some sort of a goal to where it would be available to anybody, but right now you can only win that merch. It is the only way. You have tacos? Ooh. Forget the actor's name, but it was one season only in 1973. Dusty something or other. Yes. The whatever it's, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, I put a post on X about that. What did I say? Hold on. What did I say? I said a thing. Yeah. The video that plays on the TV at Nell's Diner is from a show called Dusty's Trail, and it ran from 1973 to 1974. Yeah. Dusty's Trail. What do you think your favorite merch is that you've had? It's hard to answer because each piece of merch is made like, how do I say this? I love each one for its own reason because it was made at a certain point in time for a certain reason, you know? Like the plushies attack. Yeah, it's really good. It is really, really good. They each have their own reason. They each have their own, you know what I mean? Yeah. The movie was supposed to have sound. Oh, in the diner. Oh, that's supposed to have sound? I thought they just had it on mute. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I mean, I've heard the music. If you guys go look up Dusty's Trail, just go look up the show Dusty's Trail, you'll be able to hear the audio that's supposed to play. Oh, CJ mentioned it. Okay. Well, hopefully they'll have a hot fix that'll fix it. Yeah. Thank you for the follows, guys. Yeah, I didn't know that. I thought they purposefully had no noise on that TV. I would much rather have noise. Yeah. Planning on adding more channel point rewards. I don't know what I would add. I don't have any plans on it just because I don't know what I would put there. Yeah. Cupcake, hello, how are you? So we'll see in due time. If I get in the mood to add something, I'll add something. Who knows? I can't see what that is. I hate that it's not showing up in my freaking feed. I got to see what that was. Somebody just freaking donut and I can't see it. Hey, Venus, how are you, friend? I don't know why my activity feed doesn't show them. I don't understand. Tide. Take some money, sir. Thank you so much for all this. Oh, I appreciate you, friend. Thank you for the dono. Well, thank you, friendo. I don't know why they're not showing up here. I got to figure that out. I'll just minimize it now. I don't know. I'll have to talk to the guy that made the overlay and see what we can figure out. It's weird. Hey, C-Jack, what's up, dude? All right. We're going to try to be a little bit more speedy about these. Let's go back to the diner. The only time I think I might be less speedy is if we have like a blood moon. That I might play out. So we'll see. Morky friend. Muddy, thank you for the gifted to fall. Looked up Dusty's Trail as public domain because they forgot to copyright A few of the episodes? Is that true? Really? I didn't know that. I mean, hey, good. That's good for Phaz. Good for them. Gonna become the no. We're gonna try to expedite our process here, make it a little bit faster about getting the ghosty right. Yeah, we're gonna try. Oh, Dusty Steve, thank you so much for the subs, dude. Less paperwork. Oh, although it is questionable that the car is still running. Yeah. Hey, Entertainment, what's up? Hope today treats you kindly. I hope today treats you kindly. Ah, the power. Looks like they left in a hurry. All right, juice is loose. More concerned about where the driver went. Yeah, a little bit. People are like speculating. They think that the body can be found somewhere. People are crazy. People are crazy. No low temps yet. Well, you know, you can't win them all, right? I'm gonna work my way this way. I heard that. That was either kitchen or freezer. Every time you call the power juice, I think of Encino Man. Oh my god, I haven't seen that movie in eons. Oh my word. Are you in the freezer? Oh, no. No, I turned the power on. Wait. Oh, this is going to be confusing. Oh no. Oh crap. I could always turn the power off and see if it stays cold. Cheese and rice. You had a Pulte in the freezer? Nice. Oh, you're here. You turned the fan on. All right. Good deal. Never mind. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. All right. We can do that and leave the, would you open up? Can leave everything else on. It's fine. Had a gin in the freezer. It dropped to like -9. Good Lord. This ghost is a fan. That's enough. That's enough. I didn't check the cams, by the way. We could have had orbs and I had no idea. Valid crash out. I think so. Nothing? Okay. Place you in there. Place you. Run to the door. Come back. Do it again. Do it again. Had a Ure in the freezer that sucks so bad because it didn't want to give me. The hard part is when you have a Ure that's in a room that doesn't have doors to screw with. Definitely sucks. No. Okay. Let's do here. Like this. And what did I just hear? Yeah, let's try that. I'm gonna go get more stuff. Which doors are my least favorite? The front entrance. The fact that it swings out like that, I understand that that's probably how that's supposed to be, but just naturally trying to run through the map and you hit it like that sucks. But I guess I would rather have it if I'm trying to run out quickly. I'd rather be able to push the door rather than having to pull it. But I guess I'm just used to like walking up to an outside door and pulling it open instead of going the other way around. It feels very backwards. All right. There's that. Nothing so far. You know what I'm going to do? We're going to do this. I'm going to take these 3 in there. We're going to figure out where it's going. Can the ghost leave fingerprints on the curtains or actually any surface? I don't know exactly where it can leave fingerprints. I'm not sure. Outside of regular doors and windows, I don't know. Hey. All right, 6 degrees. Did you just write in the book? I saw that. I could not hear that at all. I could not hear it, but I could see it. What the hell? Fire code in America is that an exit door has to open out. Yeah. Yeah. Well, actually, okay. We want to play that game? Give me a second. If we're going to play that game, 1 second, please. It did the thing. Or at least one of the things. All right, we have writing. We have a summoning circle. Not exactly my favorite thing in the world. Other guy, thank you for the prime. Okay. Give me a second. Okay, if we're going to discuss fire codes, there's no pool station within 5 feet of the point of egress. So they're already breaking code, so what's it matter? Want to play that game? Let's play that game. Did I used to install fire alarm systems? Yeah, I did. Don't know what the fuck I'm talking about? Yeah, I do. Would I ever go back to that job? Hell no. Oh, that's what it was dinging. Oh. Check, please. Jesus Christ, I'm sorry. Where are you?
Slips away.
Ah, why'd you slip? Are you here? Dude, can you imagine it just shows up right there? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Why don't you... Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? Are you here? What in the hell, dude? Oh, it's over there now. I see it. Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you?
From behind.
Are you here?
Here.
Are you near?
From behind.
Be a Dio. Where are you? Are you here?
The far
Where are you?
taken away.
Are you near? Where are you? Mother fudger. Gosh dang it. Hey, Dr. Ford, how are you? Full on conversation with the ghost. Where are you? Over here. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Spirit, Pulte, Mare, Moroi, or a Dio. Well, that's fun. Isn't that just fun? It's not throwing a lot. Ghost is overstimulated. It's just crying in the corner. I wanted to change that back to tier 2 and I didn't. That's unfortunate. Well, a hunt would definitely tell us a few things at least, which I think might have to be how this goes, right? Okay. If only there was an above, oh, wait, an all of the above option? What? What, for choosing the ghost? All right, put that there. Give me this crucifix. We're taking this over to the summoning circle. Which ghost have I seen the most in Phas? I'd have to look up my stats. Hey, Poncho. What up, dude? Ka-chow. Do I want to stop the hunt, though? What I could do... Okay. Okay. I think what I'm going to do... The crucifix is away from the ghost, so that's fine. What I'm going to do is I'm going to light enough of it to drain my sanity just to make it hunt, and then we're going to listen. Trust issues with what? The circle? Oh, so do I. 1,000,000%. I'm going to have a lot of lights on. I got to be careful, SpongeBob. Careful, SpongeBob. Let's do this. So I'm not trying to purposefully complete. I'm not trying to light this completely. I just wanted to drain my sanity enough to make it hunt. Ma'am, I was asking for you over and over and over again. Why didn't you answer me? Where's my thing? Hold on. Shush, Grandma, shush. Where's my spirit box? Is it over here? What? I don't know what I did with it. Grandma, what'd I do with the spirit box? Yeah, I thought that sounded a little quick. What'd I do with it? Truck? No, I don't think I did I? Did I leave it at the door? It's on the black tile. Oh my God, I can't see it. Safety. Oh, dude. Better safe than sorry. That thing was about to spawn in me. Absolutely not. Oh, it's right there. Oh, there it is. I couldn't see it. Did you get stuck for a second, Grandma? Did you get stuck? What did you get stuck on? Cheating. Absolute cheater. Ah, look, she just touched that door and made it open. Where are you?
How far from the
Actually, let me do this. It's gotta be outside. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you?
away. The far reach
Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Are you here?
the far reach
Where are you? Trying to get the Dio response. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Where did it go? Grandmama, where are you? Are you here? Are you near?
far from
Where are you?
and away.
There we go. Oh, there's a pillow giveaway. So if you're a little bit confused of what I just did, when the spirit box is on, if you throw it outside, pick it back up. Now it's muffled. Now you can hear the voices better. Yahtzee. Jesus Christ. All right. Is that a current feature? It is a feature that has been around in the game for a long time. Yep. Absolutely. Dio, get out. Get out. Farm girl. GG's, enjoy the pillow. That's funny. That's funny.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Dio. We are also just trying to complete the map. We're not trying to do objectives. We're not trying to do any of that other stuff. Yeah. Having the spirit box without the marbling is so therapeutic. Yeah, a little bit. What video settings does Flash have on? I can show you my settings. It's all in-game stuff, though. I don't use anything outside of the game to manipulate any of the footage or anything. It's exactly as it looks. This is my video settings. Doing your first challenge 50 times Camp Woodwind. Oh, good luck, friend. But yeah, there you go. Those are my settings. Olivia, enjoy it. Wait, thank you for the Prime. There you go. That's it. I don't use filters. One of the main reasons I don't like to use filters, A, I want to play the game as it's intended. B, console players can't do that. I don't want to put on a filter when console players can't do that. It doesn't make any sense. For me, anyway. I know other people, if you use one, I could give a crap. It's totally up to you. Some people, what they'll do is they'll use NVIDIA filters so they can see the game better without having to use flashlights and stuff. And that's totally fine. I prefer not to. Hey, Bentley, welcome in. More darkness than PC? Damn. I guess you can turn up the brightness of your screen. All right, let's go back.
All right, we're here.
Most seen ghost.
Equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
Most deaths to Araiju. Most common ghost Araiju. So at least that part adds up. Tried to do the Easter egg earlier today. I couldn't get the prompt to put the card in the ATM. It flashed one time. If you're on console, Copper, I've heard that it's difficult. It's hard to do, but you can do it though. That is what they have said. I'm one of these days going to get a blood moon. It's going to happen, and it's going to be so fun. If there was a gamma option, if there was a gamma option in Phas, yeah, everybody would use it, right? Any orbicals by chance? I just saw it. Okay. Orb out by the front. Do this. Let's see if we can do this quickly. Yeah, I'm on console. It seems, but yeah, you've got to be pretty on it to get it right. Definitely can take a bit though. Yeah, that's what I've heard. It's a little tough. Hopefully they make it easier. I don't know why it's so tough for console. But yeah, it is. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Are you here? Are you close? Where are you? Are you near? Are you here? Are you close? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? We'll say no for now. Actually, I know what I'm gonna do for now. But yeah, crouching is apparently the way. I've heard that crouching is like the way to do it. All right, and then I'll go get more stuff. The reason I know where the ghost is because, oh, that looks kind of cool, is because we have orbs. Can you get the Easter egg with friendly ghost on? Absolutely. You can complete all your 50 map badges with friendly ghost on. Yeah, you just want to earn money, that's all. I was about to leave. What the hell? What the hell? Watch this for a sec. Heading off to sleep. Good night, Tiger. Thank y'all for the follows. Welcome in. Didn't have a prompt and you did it. Put the card in line and then dropped it. Oh my God. I know I saw orbs, dude. I definitely did. Yeah, it's right there. There it is. All right. This guy, give me that guy. Give me this guy. Freezing's going to take a minute anyway, so we won't worry about that just yet. Yeah. Sonic, thank you for the super chat, dude. Your girl says that I'm possibly a passive puppet. Thanks. Tell her you too? I don't know what to say to that. Just in case you go this way. And let's put one over here. Oh, footsies. I was not getting spirit box. Let's pretend you're not going to give me... Let's pretend you're not going to give me freezing for a minute. Coffee time. Yeah, you're good. Interesting. Interesting. Mark orbs. You mean the orbs that I've already marked? Mark them again? Yeah, give me a sec. There you go. Is that better? Hey, Mike, what's up? Have you memorized the map? I mean, I know where all the rooms are. Yeah, it doesn't take very long. Mr. Outrageous, thank you for the follow. What's up, TJ? Got into the game. Loving it. Thank you, of course, man. I'm glad you're loving the game. Let's do this. Let's do this. Banshee Hantu Obake. Oh, that would be so nice if you were one of those. That would be so good. Please be a Banshee or an Obake. Oh, please. Was that just one footy? Oh. Was it just one? I'll go get more salt. From the US, I am. No freezing. I wonder what else you leave handprints on it. It'd be cool if there was some unique places where they would do handprints, right? And they might. I just don't know. Do it on the donuts. A handprint. Oh. Okay. So you check your windows. A handprint on some of the food would be really funny. The bench. Yeah, the bench would be cool. I think a big hand right on like the burger would be super funny. Ah, you're taking too long. I don't like it. Don't like it. A booty pick. Let's go get more salt. We're going to salt the living crap out of that room. The register, that's another good spot. Yeah. So the reason that they mentioned UV footprints is because they think the ghost only left a footprint. And if that's true, it might have been hiding the other one or multiple other. TV remote. Yeah, it could do that. It absolutely could. Oh, I have another pile over there. Wait, where's my of? Where's my of? Wait, shit, where's my of? Oh, I put it by the door. God damn it. Gosh, dang it. That's right. I brought more salt in, so it's fine. All right, we'll put some here. Put some there. Put some there. Now, question is it still in there? It's not. What the hell kind of walking path is this? Now, that could be questionable. Using the tier. Don't you touch me. No. Back off. No. Like, look at that big gap between that foot and that foot. That is screaming Obake. You won't leave an Obake print? You won't do it, loser? Oh, come on, just do it. 2 right feet? Yeah. All right. Let's go get smudges. The ghost needs its boundaries? Okay. Give. Give. Each time I play this map, the dang ghost spawns on you. What makes this one tough, especially, is because the footsteps are different. Like, when the ghost is back there, over in that area, it like shuffles. You just hear it. It sounds like someone's taking a windbreaker and it's just like rubbing it against itself. You can't hear shit. Listen, if you want to leave the Obake print, I wouldn't be upset. I don't think chat would be upset. We're thinking Obake because we think that it's missing footsteps. We think so. Did I find the cursed object, by the way? Two left footies, yeah. Favorite equipment item? You know, I've always really liked dots. Dots has always been pretty cool to me. Is that something an Obake can do? An Obake can choose to hide the UV. Which is why you have to be careful, SpongeBob. So, like, if it decided to touch this remote control and there was no UV... What the fuck? I can't... There we go. What the hell? If it decided... If the ghost turns on the TV, I can check this for UV. If there's no UV on it, it's an Obake. Like a cat. Always landing on its... No, it's not. It's a reverse cat. It was landing on its face. It's like a dog. Ghosty, want a donut? He wants the donut. He wants the donut. He wants the donut. All right, we'll keep these lights on. Let's turn these back on. So Josie, well, any dog, I don't think is going to land on their feet too well. He's here for Pie Day. Oh, we can turn this off. Yeah. Let's go find the cursed possession. The tumbleweed. I have 3 smudges on me. No, I have 2 smudges on me. Where's my third? All right, it's there. Let's go find the cursed object. This is never open for me anymore. Why? You were not here, right? No. Was last round of DO? It was. It was indeed. Didn't I look in here and saw no mirror? Found the boner yet? No. I've been more worried about getting the ghosty than I've been worried about trying to like complete all the objectives and all the stuff and things. Okay. Oh, Depois. Oh. Bone in the freezer. Think we're going to find another boner in the freezer? It's possible. No, you lied to me. You're just a big liar. And you have a grilled cheese? Absolutely. That'll be 50 subs, and then you get a grilled cheese, okay? And when I say you get a grilled cheese, I just say, here's your grilled cheese, and you get nothing. Okay. I guess I just make it hunt at this point, right? I wish to trap the ghost. Let me through. This. Yay, tell him, Ghosty. I think it's my first time having the ghost turn that on. Difficulty, it's on Nightmare. Just to make it a little more difficult, not so cut and dry, here's all 3 evidence kind of stuff. Fine, I'll go wake. See, look. See, our conversation has convinced you to go make your own sandwich. Can I have a handprint on the jukebox? That's a great question. Oh, okay, saw it. It was Butcher and Naked Guy. The second I popped up, it was a Butcher Man and a Naked Man. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. Hello, welcome to Nell's Diner. What can I get for you? No, this is employees only. Yeah, it's no bake a cake. Some pants. Sorry, we're all out. Fresh out of pants. Wonder if we'll eat the cruisy. Sadly, no UV on the jukebox. Oh, that's depressing. Save your pants. Let's watch him shapeshift from here. Shall we? Trisha, do exclamation drops. Yeah. Thank you for all the follows. Welcome in. Oh, Malanta. These doors are just like the ones at Willow. Yes. The ghost can't see you through them. But it's still dangerous AF because if the ghost walks in here, you don't have like a nice little looping spot. You just have nothing. So I have 2 smudges on me just in case. But you can try your luck though. I mean, the ghost has to decide to randomly path into this room. Right? Is it going to hunt today? Hex, I'm good. How are you? What's up, MG? The safety in this spot is... Oh, absolutely. Willow, you have a looping spot. Here, you have a nothing. Tide, thank you for getting merch. I'm eventually one day going to figure out why the merch alerts aren't working. We're in the process of doing so, getting also. Oh, Tide, thank you, friend. I think it's worth it to watch. Oh, absolutely. Agreed. If you're trying to watch the ghost for blinks and you're trying to listen to the ghost, you could get a couple of smudges and sit here and do that. Still have to be careful, but yeah. I don't know why the ghost is not hunting now. What if it's not an Obake? What if it's a mimic that was mimicking an obake? Can you imagine? I just saw it. Okay, we're fine. Okay. I thought it heard me in game. Did you see it walk directly to me? I thought it was walking right to me. I said, "Uh-oh." No, it's an obake again. There's no shot. No way. No, it doesn't see you in that spot. No. But again, it's very dangerous. But we risked it for the biscuit, and it's fine. That's an obake cake. You'd get a third piece of, yeah, you'd think that you would, but if you have a ghost being really stubborn and not giving you freezing, then you're screwed, right? But we had a obake that we thought, so we're like, okay, let's check. And it stayed in obake a couple minutes later. Mimics change what ghost that they're mimicking. So the odds of it staying in obake, pretty low. Nobody has played the Phas game board. Are you talking about the board game? That doesn't come out till next year. Why'd it stop shapeshifting? What do you mean? No, it has a set amount of blinks. Anytime you try to hide in advance, it always picks Dio. Yeah, right? All right, obake. Let's do it again. We go back. Hi, Roxy. Ew to you, friend. Ew to you. How close to the badge? I think I'm close to 30. But I'm close to 30, but I need 50. So, like, if I want to be real fast about these, I would do like no evidence. I would do like no sanity, no evidence. Run in, get it, and leave. But I at least want to have a little bit of an investigation about it, you know? Donut badge. Hey, let's go. Roxy, how you feeling, friend? All right, what do we have? Sarah Huntley. Well, that's not a good name. No offense if your name's Sarah Huntley. I feel like they're only here for one thing. Is that hiding for obakes only, or this hiding? Oh no, you could hide here because you want to watch the ghost to see if it's a phantom or if it's an oni. You could hide here because you want to just be able to get maybe line of sight speed check on the ghost, but not like that moment. Yeah. I think Sarah's gonna hunt. Yeah. I'm pretty convinced. Do you do all 50 on stream? I mean, yeah. Hello. I don't know if well, there might be a few that I've done off stream because I did it with other people on theirs and not my own. But for the most part, I do most of them on stream. What if Sarah's a haunt too? Well, then Sarah's going to love it cold. $10 degrees. What the hell? No, you can't do a hunting video through there. No, you have to come out and get it. You can't do it through the door. Yeah, I'm Night Raptor. That's good though. I've never heard that one before. No. It's maintaining like 10 degrees. I don't think it's up there. Watch the YouTube videos all the time. Well, I appreciate you. Welcome into the stream. Was that towards the freezer? Oh, you sick bastard. It's here. Ugh. Probably not a Ure. That's more than likely a partial door touch. God dang it. I hate that hallway. You want to add, like, what is the worst room in this game or in this map? It's that hallway. It is by far the worst room in the diner. I No, you know what? We'll come back for you. Yeah. Watch when you go over here and see orbs. Hey, Devil, welcome in. The overly large rooms. I don't mind the other ones so much. Why is it so bad? It's kind of like the Camp Woodwind fire thing, where if the ghost room on Camp Woodwind is around the fire, not like the internal part of the fire, but like the outside, it can branch off and have so many different places to walk to. So like this hallway is attached to the kitchen, manager's office, break room, bathroom, janitor closet, the other hallway. It's attached to all of it. So that makes it a little sucky. Just a little bit. But I guess we can go this way instead of through the front door. Haven't been able to figure out which other room is not. The only room that can't be a ghost room is the foyer. That's it. Every other room can be a ghost room. What the hell? Ghost, was that you? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? All right, I need to be able to track where it's going. Excuse you? Death Star, thank you for the heart me. Hello. Does make a quick safe entrance though. That is true. That is the one benefit, is that you have the ghost room attached to that outside door right there. It's going for my booty. Well, tell it to stop. I'm going to take 2 of those guys and we're going to bring in... Oh, you sneaky snake. It does have orbs. Gosh dang it. Watch it be a Goryo. Shut your lips. Because look, it can't be a Goryo. How do you feel about that? How would you rate this map in terms of friendliness to new players? You know, I would rate it up there because it's still a small map. All right, can you touch another Nor, please? You were so friendly a minute ago. Any Nor touches? You touching a Nor? Oh, by the way, there's a bug in the game right now. Do not ask the ghost what its age is. Don't do it. If you ask the ghost what its age is, you're not going to get an age in return. What'll happen? You will lose sanity for asking the question, but you won't get an answer. Yeah, it's very sensitive about its age. There's a bug right now with the Ouija board where anything that involves a number, it won't provide. So like if you go to the high school and you ask where the room is and the room is classroom, whatever, it'll say classroom and then it won't tell you. Such a troll. Yeah, it will not give you door numbers. It won't give you any of that stuff. It is a troll and a half. Your son photobombing? That's okay. We'll just ground him for tomorrow, so it's fine. You think he heard me? Does that mean that we can't ask about? I guess, yeah, I don't know when that happened. That's the thing. I don't know when that changed because it was not that long ago we asked those like silly, dumb questions. I just found another phantom bug too. I heard about that, about the phantom not disappearing with photos. And you know what? Do you guys remember when Song was like, I can see the video of the ghost and we couldn't? That explains what happened. I don't know why it happened, but it did. Whatever happened with the update, it had to have, but why? You know? All right. I probably don't even really need that much, but better safe than sorry. Hooray for Phas features. Why do Onryo tests just barely work? I have not had a single problem with an Onryo test. None. Oh, nothing, Song. People were talking about how there's a bug where you're able to get photos of phantoms. And how you took a video of a phantom and it didn't disappear, but for us it did. So it's like desync, but for the main player. Footsies. Well, you know what I mean. There we go. That's a better check. All right, nothing. It's Friday then. Saturday, Sunday. What? That happened to you in high school? Yeah, such a pain in the arse. Freezing. Rev Yuri Hantu Onryo. Well, let's do an Onryo test. Was Tit playing single player and it happened with dots? What the hell? The single stomp through salt feels aggressive. It does. It just slams his little footsie down there. All right, give me this. No, that's fine. Feel free. We'll wait. Love the video. Started playing fat. Oh, let's go tactical. Hell yeah. Where's our ghosty? I have a smudge. Ah, there it is. Go off again. Do the ting. Do the ting. It's over there. Onryo test? Indeed. 1, 2. It's a gamer. It just hit the keyboard. It's not a mare. I could sit here like this. Retain my sanity while watching this. Once it blows that out, I count, usually after the third firelight blowout, I count to about 7 or 8. If it doesn't do it at that point, just count to 10. So what you can do is you can count with the EMF because it's like basically like seconds. Here, let's watch it go off. Gonna love the Nomad badge. Oh, I'm excited for it. I didn't realize I've only played so many matches, Mel. I went to look. I don't know if like matches haven't counted or what, but I was like, dude, I'm only like 27. Damn. I thought mayors could turn on monitors. It's a bug. They're supposed to be able to, but they can't right now. You know, features. Mail, how a stream. Walk into rooms without turning the lights and then worry about my sanity when I realize oh yeah. When it's been too late. Like when it's been too late. When it's like too late, too far gone. Yesterday I looked and was like, I only need 9 more. What? So speedy. So I speedy ran it. Yeah. I mean, I'm basically just getting the ghost right on Nightmare. If I wanted to, I could do some no evidence stuff. Would you please blow the last firelight out? I would love to cross off one of the normies. Oh, hey. Why can I sometimes open these? Like... Not an Onryo. Because sometimes this will be locked up. Other times you can open it, but it's blocked. Like what? Wait a minute. Why'd that just give me a hand? I thought, oh my God. I thought I could maybe clear out the locker. I was like, excuse me? Can I pick up all this shit and clear the locker out? Another feature, I guess. All right. I guess we'll make it hunt. No music. It's usually empty for me. I usually can't even open it. Shenanigan, thank you for the prime. Welcome in. Guys, lately I've been just playing nonstop Dayseeker. I can't help myself. I don't know what it is. F them locker contents. That's right. Okay. No tarot. I mean, no. Wait, I didn't check for tarot. No tarot. No voodoo. No music box. No, wait. Oh, gross. Is it what I think it is? Love Day Seeker? Dude, they're so good. Son of a dick. It's my fault. It's my fault. Oh, yeah, it's this. We saw this when I first walked in. I forgot. Seeing them twice next month. Oh, you bastard. Their new album is so good. I've been loving it, man. Hey, Tank, what's up? Trust me, I forget everything. I forget the cursed. I forget where the ghost is. I forget where the bone is. I literally forget everything. You should play hide and seek. Maybe I don't feel like it. Maybe I feel like sitting over here and watching TV because you just try to tell me what to do. I love this part. So watch. How old are you? Why are you here? That's bullshit. It said peace. Are you a Hantu? Are you a Yurei? Are you a Revenant? How many people are in this room? See, another number one that doesn't work. Hide and seek. Didn't even count. No, my sanity was too low. Oh, it's a Revenant. Watch this. It takes so long for the ghost to go from that back hallway all the way around, come through here, go back over there. It's a Revenant. We can leave. Could that be a Thay? No. No, because Thays would maintain their speed. No, that thing was extraordinarily slow, and then the second it sensed where I was, it acted like it was about to be fired because it didn't clock in time. Buzzerick, thank you so much for that 3 months. Did they take out the funny? No, I think it's a bug. It's a bug right now where you can't ask anything that has anything to do with numbers. So I bet if you ask the Ouija board, where if you say hide and seek to the Ouija board, it's either A, gonna break or not count and then just break. Yep. Did I do the Easter egg? Yeah, I did it about 4 days ago. Yeah. Revenante. Yeah, we're at 31. Do I speed this up even more? Do I go in with like, do I do my 10-12s? Do we like extra expedite this process? I think I might. Yeah, I think I should. I think I should. That's why I said scared when I asked the age. So when you're asking how old are you, the game is thinking you're asking how are you? Yeah. All right, let's do that. Time-wise. All right, we have enough time to run 1 or 2 of these before we have to do ads. So let's go. 10-12. Speedy McGee, we're going to try. We're going to try. All right, Stephen Halstead. Let's go. I need a crucifix, 2 smudges. Let's go. We had our fun. It's time for business. So if I watch for 2 hours, I get the anime badge. That is correct. All right. Do I want to do it like this with no flashlight? Fuck it. Bitch. It's hunted so fast. How did I beat APOC 3? I had a Dio. Sounds pretty normy. No, I have no sanity. This could be a shade. Just waiting for it to stop hunting. Does that mean if it's a demon or no? So any ghost when you're at 0 sanity could instantly hunt you. It sounded like it was back there though. Love the vids. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hayden, thank you for the follow. King, welcome in. We'll open this up though so we know when it's hunting. Pretty sure it's coming from the kitchen area. Hey Granny, welcome in. What up, Slim? Hi, Frog. What up, dude? What happens if you have a demon on APOC 3? What do you mean? Then you have a demon. There we go. I would love for it to roam out this way. Come on, Ghosty, you can do it. You saw me, right? You did. Oh, it's naked again. We've told you before, naked man. No shirt, no shoes, no service. How many times we got to tell you this, old man? How are the games? Games are good so far. Not too bad. Maybe it'll come out this way now that it seems to me out here, you know? Did you not hear the steps? I thought I could. Naked man don't care? No. No, they think they rule the world, you know? He looks hungry. There's food everywhere. Tell it to eat a sandwich. There he is. Damn it. Come over this way. Not a yokai. Definitely not a yokai. All right, you're coming from in here. Let's try to quickly. I did smudge, but I didn't do a good timer. That sucks. That's okay. Let's put that there. Let's put that over there. Let's go get more things. Give the guy his donuts. No, if you're crouched down, the ghost can't see you. Let's bring in 2 of those. Maybe we bring in another one of those. Do you like the new sounds? I think there's a lot of really awesome interactions. I think the ghosty footsteps are a little hard to hear. So we're like gaslighting ourselves a lot of the time into thinking it's like a miling. Jesus Christ, dude. Somebody made a mess. I'm stuck. PSU. What is this? What the fuck did it just throw at me? Where? PSU, thank you for the subs, homie. A piece of sketty? I don't know what it was, but I couldn't pick it up. Jesus Christ. That was so loud. Hey. Hey. Actually. No. No. All right. Odds of it being an Onryo have gone down. Thank you, Night Raptor. You want an egg, please? The ghosty could probably serve it up for you. So what do we have so far? Not an Onryo. Right? Not a yokai for sure. Let's take this out of here. Had a Polty. Oh, you son of a biscuit. You had to do it on the eggs? Oh. That's what I want to happen. I'd say probably not a spirit. Ooh, I could test for a shade. Oh, Jesus. It does nothing but hurt me. Let me see these. Give me this. Give me this. If I take the... Okay, dude. I don't know what room you were in. If I put both of those there. This. Of course, I get the most normie ghost of all when we're trying to do this. But of course, what did you throw at me? What is this? Another singing event? Did I smudge it this last time or no? Not a shade. I was in the same room when it just did that. I did? Oh shit, that might be null and void then. Peach is here. Time to take the photo. Let's go. Give me this. Give me this. Give me this. What are your favorite actors? Holy shit. Jesus Christ, dude. I didn't smudge. Okay. I've gotten multiple singing events. Do the thing. That's not what I meant. Where did that even come from? Oh, you are such a banshee, dude. This is a banshee, right? Sick puppy, they give the 2 months. Okay, it's over there. Just do it. Just do it, please. We beg thee. It might come directly to us, by the way. Yeah, you better walk on, hard ass. He's frustrated. He's got the poops. Perfect. Thank you. Just bought me 90 seconds, hotshot. Sounds slow. Sounds normal to me. Mm-mm. Now this has got Banshee vibes all over it. And I could go... I want to get the Banshee scream. Oh, you suck. Fine. Fine. We'll play your way. Loser. All right. Is the foyer a hiding spot? It's not technically a hiding spot, but you can hide behind the doors to be safe. All right. Give me this. Give me that. Give me that. No, I'm not going to let the pantsless ghost win. No. This isn't going to happen. No. You know what? I don't want to use the salt yet. No. We have another bite on that crucifix. I have a smudge here. Got to enforce no service. Exactly. So what I'm checking for now is to see if Ghosty decides to stalk us. Hey, Nero, welcome in. Bunch of singing events. It ate the crew. Okay. Go here. Go here. Why are you over there and not over here? Explain yourself. Okay, hooker. Wow, dude. No. No. You bitch. Was that the tail end of a Banshee scream? I am almost certain it was. The world will never know. That it was either the tail end of a Banshee scream or I just heard it throw something very metallic.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Some jobs ready for you.
Yeah, you felt like a stalker, and you were. Molo, thank you for the 31 months. It's Pickle Day? I didn't know it was Pickle Day. No one told me. Must have borrowed my pants. Hi, caramba. All right. Let's go. We have a bunch of these to do. I just need ghosties that are like willing to give me what I need fast. You know what I'm saying? What gave it away? It was... It was following me everywhere, and it also did many singing events, which is why we were led to think it was a Banshee. It took a long time to do the Banshee scream. I don't know why, but yeah. They changed the Banshee scream? Well, it depends when you last played. If you haven't played in a long time, then yeah, absolutely. Willing, yeah. All right. Corey, let's go. New to Phas, is there a tip to get used to when the ghost hunts you? Experience. The more experience you have, the more you're going to know what's the difference between a hunt and an event. But one of the best ways to go about it is to assume that every event is a hunt. If you're being safe every single time, you're way better off than assuming something's an event and then all of a sudden you get hunted. Yep. Exposure therapy. That is correct. Danger Zone. Thank you for the 31 months. Thank you so much for the 5. One of these days, Alice, I'll get myself a poultry that wants to eat eggs, but haven't had it happen. Have you had the luck yet? For Blood Moon? No. I have not. I ain't. All right. Ready, run. And the hunt sound is always the same. Very true. So whatever sound you hear when the ghost is hunting, it will always have that sound when it's hunting. During that match. It's random every single match. Blood moon scared me. Did you hear me say the other day? I haven't even had a blood moon naturally on Grafton yet. This is Zero Sandy, by the way. Just side note. Just got the donut badge, but I can't activate it because I don't have a PC. Do it on your browser. Do it on your mobile browser. If you go to twitch.tv/drops on your browser, does it not work the same way? I hear nothing. You don't have the game. Okay, so what good would the drop do for you? Broke college kid, and that's fine. But you can't be upset about the drop for a video game when you literally can't have the video game. It never came up here. Moon. I can be upset about whatever I want. I mean, it's true. You can. Hi, Moon. Did that sign say pancakes and waffles for $2? Dude, it's the prices here are crazy. Oh, there's a hoodie giveaway. The sound of those footsteps, dude. Yeah, if there's ever a giveaway, if you guys do exclamation point enter for those giveaways, the ones that pop up in chat like that. How's it going, Moon? Can I get the standard badge by watching? You can get the standard badge starting on the 18th or the 19th. It's the 18th or the 19th. One of those days, Alice. One of those days. Ghost wearing kit nails. All right, breaker box is here. Ghostie's taking forever. CJ, thank you for the 1 year. Oh, Graham, I saw the gifted. Thank you, dude. Love Guard, thank you for the 8 months. Y'all are crazy. Short fuse. GG's. Had my first blood moon on Graft and ended up pulling a hanged man. Oh, no. Oh, no. All right, so I'd say not a yokai, yeah? Another very normal ghost. Yikes. Very normal. Hey, I'm over here, stupid. All right. Smudge timer is up. As in, it's going. So we'll see how long it takes. Got a blood moon your second run on Nels. Oh, that's good for you. How do the drops work? Explain, please. So it's really, really simple. All you have to do when drops are active is just watch whatever stream you see drops are on for a certain allotted time. For this drop, you have to watch for 2 hours, and the next one too. You watch for 2 hours, you'll get a notification that says you earned the drop. Claim it by going to twitch.tv/drops. And then if you are not sure, oh, I need to run back inside. Excuse me. I'll be back. I'll be with you in 1 second. And then once you claim it, you have to make sure that you have your Twitch account linked to Phaz. Okay. Now we can keep talking. Sorry, I need to get back in here for the demon timer. Second ghosty in a row. That's very, very average. Does it count as a hiding spot? No, because if it was an official hiding spot, it can be blocked, and this cannot be blocked. Forgot to claim your last one. Oh, it should still be there. Yeah. That's normal as hell, dude. That's normal AF. Look at you. You normie piece of crap. Look at you. Being all normal and stuff. We hate you. All right, I was kidding. I was kidding. Fuck, dude. I was kidding. I'm sorry. It was a joke. So sensitive. Good Lord, dude. Relax. It's always a mimic. Don't you say that. Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. All right, butthole. Where you at? Where you at? You hanging out in the ladies' room, you weirdo? Huh? Huh? His mom told him he was special. His mom's a liar. No, the blinks were normal. It didn't shapeshift from watching it from what we could see. I see no breath. Is this your room, dude? Hello? Where you at, bruh? You... I just saw my breath, didn't I? What? Sarah, thank you for the 3 months. It's playing with squeakers. I think it might be a Ure too. Oh, it's not. Did you want from there? All right, all these doors are open. Black Veil, if you're ever trying to look up any streaming stuff, I would always suggest looking for YouTube, friend. You'll get a lot of very in-depth answers that are able to walk you through it rather than someone just telling you, go to check your settings. Because it's not a very elaborate answer. Okay. Jesus Christ, dude, eat that. Okay. I'm watching for more possible door slams like a Ure. Gonna head to bed. Good night, Squishy. Have a good one. So quiet. It's like a kid sneaking downstairs to get a snack late at night. It just walked in the salt. I'm sus of a Ure. do a tier list of what ghost you think is the best one day? Probably. I'm always fearful to do that kind of stuff because the second I do it, they're going to update the game and add something. It's not touching any more doors now, which is unfortunate. Unfortunato. I tell you what. I think we're going to go Ure and leave. Ghost is being lame. Glay! Mr. Glacius. Thank you for the 38 months, sir. Follow this lovely man. Hi, Mr. Glay. How are you, sir? Party variant sucks. It does suck. We're going Ure. Hopefully it's right. Hopefully it's right. Oh, my arm normally hurts anyway, but then it's like, here, we'll put some shots in there too. I'm like, oh my God.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
We knew. We knew. You just had a Hagog break? Oh, a Hagog. Oh, a Hagog. All right, we're good on time. Let's go. We go back. What would be a map that you'd like to see added? Abandoned Carnival.
Take a look at the equipment.
Number one on my list.
Accordingly before starting.
Abandoned Carnival, 100%.
There's been no reports of violence or sightings, but
No violence, my tush. My tush. What's my opinion on the diner? I think the diner map is awesome. I think it's great. Holy Jesus. It's exponentially louder than everything else. Good God. Gamer fan. Thank you, dude. Mr. Glay, I hope you're good, sir. Oh my God. Is that another pillow? If you guys type ! enter, you could get the cozy FlashForce pillow. So if you look on the emotes, there's a cozy emote. It's that on a pillow. Yeah. Do I think that they're ever going to add a ship map? I don't think that that's high up on their list. I don't think that's high on the list. Once the giveaway's over, we'll start. It is a cozy pillow. I've got it right up there, though. I've got it up on the shelf. Boom, 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 boom. Maybe we could float the idea. Clay, you think they listen to us? Are you crazy? We try our best, man, but there's only so much that's going to go through. Love the Halloween design. I hope it comes back next year. It'll be a new design. I try to get something new every time. Allie, enjoyed a pillow, Fran. Enjoy. All right. Now we're good to go. Let's rock. Should do a cruise ship. Oh my God, that'd be awful. One of these times we're going to walk in here, we're going to see orbs, and we're just going to leave. It's going to happen. Nothing? Okay. Give me this. Give me these. Give me that. This. I could always just run to the back door, but I'd honestly rather be towards the front so we can possibly watch the ghost. No map will ever be bigger than the old asylum. I would love the old asylum to come back, but they wouldn't allow it. There's no way they would allow it. CJ, thank you for the gifted, dude. All right. Ready? Go. Meow. Meow. Yeah. One of these days, soon, I'll go back and play the old version of Phas so some of you guys can see it that maybe have never seen it before. Thank you for the biddies, guys. You can see orbs with the green light. No, you can't. And if you're calling the green, if you're talking about night vision with the tier 3 headgear, yeah, it's night vision. And no, you can't. Enjoy watching. Too baby to play this alone. Currently don't have friends who'll play spooky games. Oh, you just got to get better friends. No, I'm kidding. Honestly, it just takes a little bit of convincing to get some friends to play the game. It really does. this might be too late. It might get me. Slow? That sounded normal to me. Hero, hey, how are you? The code is the same for everyone. Yeah, it doesn't change. Yeah, 0 evidence, 0 sanity. Any chance to do ghost gameplay on Sunday? I don't know. Please report back to Flash how the firing of your friend goes. Well, just tell them, you know, it's not you, it's me. What the hell? Stalker? Or teleportate? Hunted from here and all the way back there? Normal speed? That's a little sus. When it stops hunting, I'm going to turn the lights back on and we're going to leave. No, the ghost can't see through these doors. No. All right. Let's get some salt. Salt, motion sensor, maybe even a third smudge. Blinkies, normal? I think so. Get this guy. Get this guy and this guy. Yeah. I do have a lighter, right? Yeah, I do. Okay, good. On 3 devices, good lord. It might be a wraith. Yeah, I'm wondering if it teleported to me and started hunting early. Give me. Come on. Come over this way. That's a wraith. You see this salt over here? Look. Okay. Looks good. Allie, enjoy the pillow. Thank you guys for the follows. Thank you guys for the hype train. Loving the stream? Thanks, dude. All right. I thought so. The fact that the ghost hunted near the front door and then it hunted all the way in the back of the kitchen, that kind of gave it away that it was either a stalking ghost or a teleporting ghost. It was one of the two.
Welcome back.
So,
I've prepared some jobs for you.
bring some salt in there. Watch for the blinks. Think it's a wraith. I'm not 100% Glay. I'm not sure. You know what? I think we should go to the judges. Judges? It's adorable. Isn't it great? Can you act with a police car? You can honk the horn. Yeah. All right, we go back. We're running these, man. I need to. I need to.
All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
I need it.
Must have summoned the ghost with a cursed object.
Play repo again soon. Yes. I don't have a set day per se, but yes. Have you seen the newspaper pinned up in the break room yet? Probably. Is it the one that talks about high school? It's going to be a mayor. Don't you wish that on me? Don't you wish that on me? Yeah, we did see it. Yeah, we'll see if there's any truth to it, if it means anything. My favorite map is Willow. I love Willow. It's the best. Oh, I didn't check the cams. Crap. Crap. Silent welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Kazla, what's up, Papa? Joma. Hello. Jake, Snow, thank you guys for the biddies. No lucky orbicals? Oh, one of these days. You always carry 2 smudges? Right now I have been, just for safety. Because God forbid that ghost follows me around this front area. I want to be at the ready, you know? All right, and we run. We run so we can get the power on. I mean, the lights on so we can see. Oh. Is that slow? Slow twin, right? Speeding up with line of sight. Here, eat this. We're going slow twin. Okay, let's leave. Having trouble finding friends to play with too. You can always check. I have a looking for group channel inside of my server. You're always welcome to check. If you can't find anybody in there, you can always go check the actual Phas server as well. Twins. Yeah, sound like slow twin to me too. Least favorite map is Point Hope. Oh, Point Hope could really suck. Yeah, twins.
Welcome back.
2,600 bucks. Nice. We go back. Ghost most deaths. Oh, most deaths. I have Raiju for most
Starting the investigation.
seen and most deaths.
Got the intel. Looks like
Well, something's happy to see us.
We've had reports of violence, and it looks like they left in a hurry.
I don't know why that happens. I don't have an answer. That doesn't mean the ghost is there though. Just side note. It doesn't mean the ghost is there. Oh my stars. Love the vids. I'm trying to learn. I appreciate it. Listen, I am always on the hunt for trying to find information, especially if it's information that I haven't provided before that can be really helpful to others. So if there's ever anything you're trying to figure out, don't be afraid to ask. If I don't see it, or if I don't answer, or if I don't know it, I'm sure that we can find someone that does. Oh, Brownstone sucks. Oh yeah, Brownstone's terrible. Absolutely. Let's go. How many runs? I gotta check. I'm probably like 15 away. 10 or 15 away. If I had to guess. You bitch. Oh, fine. You just bought me. Okay. You know what? Fine. I'm gonna go get a flashlight then. Hope they update Brownstone. I do too. Either update it or remove it. That's kind of my thought on it. Either update it or get rid of it. All right, fine then. We'll bring a flashlight and we'll bring in one of these and yeah. Creepy Chappy, thank you for the subs. You piece of crap. Piece of crap. Piece of crap. Fine. We'll play your game. Would the countertop count as a door for your ability? I don't know. Okay, it's done. The weekly with the diner. Yeah. If you do the weekly on this map, it counts. No, it was a blurb. It was a blurb. Creepy Chappy's trying to get you. We're trying to trick you. Drop still working? Yeah. You are a piece of shit. You know what? Fine. Venny! F you, dude. It's not very nice. It doesn't deserve my kindness. Deserves a swift kick straight to the nads. Oh my god. Who is anonymously doing merch? Well, if you guys do exclamation point enter. that a twin again? Are you a Hantu? Wait. Wait, I can't tell. Shit. There's a lot of sounds happening. I couldn't tell. F it, we're doing this. We're doing it live. What merch would you like to see from the diner? What merch would I like to see? What do you mean? Buster Rick, enjoy the merch. Let's go. Come on, Ghosty, where you at? Why do you keep getting put in timeout? Do you happen to look at the reason why you keep getting put in timeout instead of spamming okay and then not looking at it? Like if Faz sold merch. They have merch on this. What do you mean? They literally have merch on this. Yeah, there's diner merch. You gonna start hunting Hotshot? Yo. Sorry. No, not naive. You just didn't know that they were selling merch. Yeah, if you go to their socials or you go to their website, you can see the merch that they're selling. I do not see breath. No breath, right? Fanny, thank you for the gifted. Oh, Katie, it's a mixed bag, friend. It's a mixed bag. Some people are probably getting grabbed automatically, but then mods are also amazing and always on the look. Yeah. Raiju? I don't, dude, the speed. I still think twins. We could listen again. One more time, maybe? One more time. Well, yeah, the music box was a blurb. How the hell would it get played? What? Dude, that sounded normal. This ghost is so confusing. Good night, Subaru. Have a good one. It could be a Mimake. Maybe. You son of a bitch. I swear to God, dude. Not a gin? What gave it away? That's fast. I think. Wait, maybe not. No, that sounded kind of normal. Dude, what the? You're confusing, bruh. It started to really sound like normal to me. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. I have an idea. And thank you for the gifted. Thank you so much. Hey, Zoo, what's up? Manifesting a blood moon. I appreciate that because I need it. Oh, let's see. It's back in this area, but if it was a mimic, I don't know if it's technically in this room. If it was a mimic. Might as well bring another smudge in there. When in Rome. Yeah, let's go in and listen to the speed again. All right, I'm going to have like, I'm going to have all the smudges. All of them. Go back and check temps. What is checking temps going to do? You smell mimicry? You might. But I don't know. I'm not sold on mimicry. Oh, no, Imp, I appreciate it, man. Thank you. All right, we have 2 smudges on us. We're good. There would be orbs if this was a mimic, yes. Yeah. Yeah, no sanity, no evidence. That's not funny. It's so hard to hear. This is going to make it easier. But the way the footsteps are, man, you've got to wait for it to be like so close. That's normal, dude. That is average speed. Tell you what we're gonna do. Do one of these. Okay. And then we're gonna take this with us back to the truck, go get a video camera, and look in the back. It's laughing at us. Oh wait, what am I doing? No, I need a video camera. Give me this. Let's go look for some orbs. I'm almost convinced that I heard twin speed earlier. I am almost convinced. But I'm not 100% on that. Getting all the normies. I know. What a pain in the ass. You bitch. It's a mimic. I knew I heard twin speed, and then all of a sudden it was normal. But it makes perfect sense why we heard what we heard. I heard twins, and then all of a sudden it wasn't twins anymore. So we probably did hear it. Also, it was turning off the breaker every 2 seconds. What was the deal with that? What's the deal with that?
I've prepared some jobs for you.
Didn't realize Sam Smith played Phas. Oh, that's okay. I didn't realize that Spooky Pookie was such a popular name. You had to have an X in front of your name to get it. Welcome in, by the way. Mimic. There's no way it's 36. Is it only 36? There's no way. It could be.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
30. Okay. 37. All right, let's go. We're not that much further. Not really by that much.
We've arrived. Check the equipment.
Come on,
Get set
orbs.
up before investigating. I've got nothing else to report, unfortunately.
It was way more excited, way faster that time. How long streaming for? I'm not sure. It's hard to say tonight. We'll see. We'll see how my arms feel and all that jazz. We don't want you. We're going to stick to our guns and go in there with what we had before. "5 minutes per round and make an educated guess if we have no idea." Well, no. I like to try to stick around the best I can. Okay, you saw me. Did it? How did I break line of sight? I'm not exactly sure how it didn't see me. It didn't even try to go to the last place that it saw me. I hear you. Shut up. Probably not a shade. It had to have been the door. You suck my butt. You know what? Give me this. We're going to the back. We're going to the back. What did I come into? Nothing, Leona. The ghosts are being weenies. They're all normal for the most part. They keep cutting the breaker off. Hi, friend. How are you? Mr. Shea, thank you for the new sub. Welcome in. Wouldn't tempt a ghost like that. Oh, they might like that. That's true. Amy. Forgot about the drops. Kamachi, right? Correct. Amy, thank you for the subs. Super late for me. Want to say hi. I appreciate it, Leona. I know the times aren't the best for everybody. I know. You gonna hunt? Oscar, welcome in. Ay, caramba. That's a fast ghost. Is that a twin? Oh, you son of a twig! Twig! Thank you for the raid. What up, homie? Oh my, Cypher, welcome in. How are you? Oh my goodness. Hello. Pumpernickel, hello. No. You're fine. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? You think mimicry? I don't know, dude. I don't know. It hunted so close to us on the early one that I couldn't really tell. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back. I think I'm going to go, well, I might be able to watch from the front this time though, because I think I got the power back on. Yeah. How was your stream? Do Phas partners automatically get the new badges? No. Nope. I have to work for them the same way you do. The drops badge, you bitch. The drops badge, I had to watch someone for 2 hours to get it. Okay, that's fine. A-hole. No, I have no sanity, no evidence. Yeah. Oh, Twig, you're okay. No worries. No, you're good. I hope that your ghosties were good. Thank you, Creepy. Thank you. We get it. Oh, wrong way. There we go. This is what has been happening every round. Every round. Notice some interesting things about the map. What'd you notice? People coming, pushing other... Were they really? You shut up. I didn't realize somebody made that a blurb. Yeah, that was normal. Do I have another mimic? I swore I thought I heard a faster ghost. I should probably have this out, yeah? We're getting sick and tired of you, Ghosty. Thought I was dying. We are here to give you a kiss. Notice it doesn't give footprint UV in the bathrooms. What? Really? Just a little smooch? Yeah. Where is it starting from? It's starting like right over here, yeah? Yeah, we did have someone we did have someone doing that. I'm not self-promoting, but hey, go to this person. Like, you're welcome to eating an entire ass. All right, let's go get a video camera real fast. You got UV footprints in the bathroom earlier. I wonder why you weren't getting them, Twig. That's weird. A whole ass? Yeah, preferably. Preferably. Weird glitch. It could have been. I mean, unfortunately, there's a few bugs happening right now. Yeah. I think I might be within hunting range. Maybe. Is it gluten-free? Do you want it to be gluten-free? It's whatever you want. Hey, Crouton, what's up? Yeah, unfortunately, what happens, especially with creators, is when there's a bunch of people going into other streams pushing another creator, it makes the creator they're pushing look like shit. Yeah, it makes them look really bad because it makes it look like they did it, even if they didn't. So they're not doing anybody a service. They're just, again, making that person look like trash. Where are you hunting from? You butthole. That was a real ghost fart that time. That is facts. What? Oh, that's right. Nada. Nada. I'm many much confuzzlement. Somewhere from the hallway. There's no orbs. So I don't know. Maybe I'm hearing something. Let me go get a parabolic real fast. See people do it to you. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, it's very few and far between, typically, Judgy. But I know the other day it happened more often. Yeah. Not a great way to make friends. No, it's not. What's really funny is you'll see them collude and like in the other streamers chat when you go to look through it. Yeah. Oh my God. Thank you for the hoodie giveaway. If you guys type ! Enter. Oh my God. Someone is anonymously doing these things. Oh yeah, Leona. Well, see, I'm very fortunate to have some amazing people, some amazing friends, especially ones that are mods that keep their eyes peeled for stuff like that. So when people come in and they're still streaming afterwards, they're usually gone. They're typically gone pretty fast. Yeah. Best of luck. Thank you, friend. Did you check the ghost room? Did I check the ghost room? What do you mean, did I check the ghost? No. I went over here and looked at the floor. They're pretty amazing, Mel. Such shine. Thank you so much for the 6 months. Thank you. CJ, enjoy the freaking hoodie. All right. I'm going to go back in there with this, with one of these. Wait, I'm a liar. I'm going to go back in there. Yeah, with one of these. Okay. Oh, that was through the parabol. I thought the ghost threw something at the window. What the hell? Yeah. All right. Put that there. That's off. Give me this. Close this. And wait. Love all the sounds. I appreciate it. I try to make it not too overwhelming sometimes. Who are the mods here? The mods. What do you mean, who are the mods? The ones that are the mods. Hey, Moss Man, I'm good. How are you? They're the ones that were timing you out. Yikes. Didn't know we were bougie. Well, it's the only one. That's the only way they offer the tie-dye hoodie is with that one. Told my chat today that they better not be doing. No, Twig. Listen. No, you're fine. That's yikes, dude. That's extra large yikes. Zoig, thank you for the prime. Hi, Hunter. Welcome in. How are you? God. So much noise, dude. Did somebody just play that through Blurp? Somebody just... I think it was real. Here, you smoke that, okay? Breathe it in. It'll clear all your sinuses. There you go. Well, that explains it. But it doesn't explain why it sounded like the speed was faster. That part doesn't make sense. Not a blurb. Listen, we have to question sometimes, okay? Can't spell. I can never spell. That's what auto check is for, to correct all my wrongs. Yeah, I checked for orbs. I didn't see any. If I get bamboozled, that's fine. That's fine, because I walked around that back area and we saw no orbs anywhere within any of the rooms. So it is what it is. We're going Banchai. CJ, enjoy the hoodie, dude. Oh, no orbs. That explains the speed check. I mean, that explains the speed difference. There was no orbs. Yep. I looked. I don't know where they were. No clue. No clue. Get Mimic Nerd. Yeah. Where's Chinggis when you need him? One of those classic hiding the orbs mimics. I heard about those. Look at where its room was. You can't, there's nothing to tell you what its room was. That information, it doesn't exist. Hiding in the freezer? Yeah, probably. That bastard. Had orbs glitching outside the building. That might have been what it was. Maybe. I went back and looked at where the ghost kept spawning. And when it was spawning, not on top of us. When it was not spawning on top of us, it was back in its ghost room. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for the follows. All right. Well, I have ads that are about to start, friends. I'm going to wait here for you, okay? I do 3 minutes every hour. So that way, if you're not subbed, if you don't have turbo, you don't get hit in the middle of a game. So I'm literally going to wait here for the ads to play and get over, and then we'll go back into the games, okay? Do I check the ghost name? I'm very well aware where it says the ghost name, JD. Thank you. I appreciate it. I've played the game at least twice, maybe 3 times. I'm not sure. Unshaken, how are you? I'm just waiting for the ads to start. That's wild information. Yeah. It wasn't like I didn't know the blah, blah, blah. It wasn't like, hey, I realized that you could do this. And it's like, oh, yeah. No, that was them informing me. Interesting. You've played this before? I'm not really sure anymore. I kind of thought that we were playing the Simpsons arcade game. Yeah, but have you played the game on a Thursday in July after eating? I mean, more than likely, yes. Yes, probably. Hi, Em. How are you? Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Hey, I've played that too. I have played that. Thank you very much. Thought it was Pac-Man. It could be Pac-Man if you want it to be. Should a stream reviewing Phasmophobia memes? I don't know if there's enough out there for us to do a stream of that. I mean, I've thought about starting some streams where like we go look at the Phas Reddit. That's really questionable, and I've decided not to do that for good reason. Gotta step away for a few. You're good. No worries. You're good. Niece is going to bed. No more Paw Patrol movie. Aw. My kids used to watch Paw Patrol. Is it that bad? It's just, you know, it's not always streamer friendly. Let me put it like that. When it's scary. It is scary. Hello, princess. It's, one day I went and looked. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to look at the Reddit and see what's there. And this, like the first video I click on, I'm like, that's okay. I would have immediately got a TOS strike. So nope, never mind. What's time? Well, time is just a construct. Flash has even played fast with the Guitar Hero controller. This is true. This is very true. Time is a weird soup. Hey, Wiggles. We're doing good. How are you? Not for the faint of heart. It's usually fine, and I enjoy seeing some of the posts, like some of the videos, some of the questions people ask. It's a good read. But again, it's questionable whether you just read it for the first time when you're live. Yeah. If you can make a ghost event, what would it be? I don't know. If you could change the name of bread to anything in the world, what would you change it to? Time is relative. His name is Kevin. Oh, okay. Sorry. No, you can't change it to its actual name. That doesn't make sense. How many questions do I get every stream? I don't know. I don't go back and count. I have no idea. Many few couples. How long to get the drop? 2 hours. 2 hours for this one, and it'll be 2 hours for the next one as well. Yep. Time's not made of lines. They're made of circles. That's why clocks are round. Oh, my God. Would it be possible to hide behind a door that was against a wall if you angled it? Yes, but here's your issue. They've literally made it to where the ghost will check behind doors. So even though you might play the game of like, well, I'm between the wall and the door, the ghost purposely goes out of the way to check behind that door. Not every door, but like all the time, but it will randomly do that. Yeah. Why is there new drop beside the Nell? What? Perp, thank you for the 11 months. Is there new drop beside the Nell's Diner card? Is there a... Beside what card? I suddenly smell toast. Sometimes I don't think, I just read. I just read what's there, and sometimes it comes out interesting. No, they asked if there's a new drop. They didn't ask if there was another card. If what you're asking, oh, I'm trying to understand which angle you're coming from here. If you're asking if there's another drop besides this one, no. If you're asking if this is the drop, yes. If you're asking something else, I don't know how to answer. Yeah. Okay. Did we land that plane? I think we landed the plane. Okay, we're good. Okay, we're good. All right. Let's go back. I'm trying to get to this badge. We're trying to floor it. Do you like being a kinetic partner? No, it's the worst. I hate it so much. I hate it. Despise it. Right, CJ? Of course I love it. Do you like being a kinetic partner? What kind of question is that? My week was good, TJ. How was yours? Oh, thank you, Mr. Song. Ba, ba, ba. Imagine. The questions do get interesting. I do like to just continuously read them because you never know what's going to come out of there, you know? All right, Sophie. Got any orbs, Sophie? Are you a mimic, Sophie? Thought there's a new drop. We'll see again, but a new drop since when? Because if you mean a new drop since the one that just came out a couple days ago, no, it's the same one. No, we have the animated one that goes from the 11th to the 18th, and then we have the standard one that goes from the 18th to the 25th. That's it. That's it. All right. Nothing. Let's go. Give me. Go. Do we ever determine if the ghost can leave handprints on the plastic door flaps? I would say probably not. I didn't even know that we were trying to figure that out. I would assume no. But I could be wrong. What if it doesn't leave a handprint? What if it leaves like sort of like on the cell doors, how it leaves like four like little fingerprints instead of the full hand? What if it does that? I don't know. I would assume no. That's just my assumption. I don't know for sure. A face print would be hilarious. Yes. Bitch. Do you think the plastic act like beat? I think they do, TJ. Yeah. That is slow. Oh my God. Little mouse, thank you for the prime, dude. Open says me. All right, let's see if it gains speed with line of sight. Let's see. Let us see. Way to time out members for asking new questions. You mean timing out members for asking the same question over and over and over and over and over again? Correct, because when you agreed to the rules when you joined my stream, you had said that you wouldn't spam, and by asking the same question over and over and over, you absolutely are breaking the rules. So, way to read the rules and actually follow the rules. Yeah. I know it's hard. It's a difficult thing. I understand. I get it. Imagine reading. Listen, I have no problem educating someone, helping them out if they're not sure about rules or whatever it may be. But if someone's going to blatantly be a dickhead, then I'm going to be one right back. Don't play the victim card. Oh, no, no. Oh, no, no. We don't do that here. You don't start the fire and then cry because you get smoke in your eyes. I still think twins. Love the background, thank you. It's a whole boatload of crap. It's a whole boatload of crap. You start a fire to roast marshmallows. And I think that's a very fair way of doing it. Got the drops on? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Nice to meet you, TwitchCon. Taller than I expected. Listen, I get that a lot, okay? Red Fiend, welcome in. Hello. I do get that a lot. So many twins and mimic guesses tonight. I know, and it makes me scared that I'm wrong. It's the camera. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm in a seated position 99% of the time. Right? So, to be fair. Oh, you hooker. Ah. Taller than expected is crazy. Why is that crazy? It just turned the breaker back on. What the f? It's not a Hantu. Halloween costume is on point. Oh, thank you. So, fun fact. The Jinn can't turn off the breaker. The Hantu can't turn it on. It's got scared of the dark. Well, then why would it turn the breaker off? What a weenie. Jesus Christ, I did it to myself. It's my boat. F off, it's mine. There are many like it, but this one's mine. Jesus Christ. I keep flipping so many switches. It's my fault. It continually is my fault every time I pop the breaker. It's not like the ghost did anything wrong. It's my fault. I have played Phas in VR. Yeah. You suck. There we go. It's finally the slow twin. Hot damn, dude. Hot damn. All right, we can leave. Holy smokes. Gonna add it to blurb so it can be. No, don't do that. Mimic. No, don't say that. Shh. It's not a mimic. No. Bad. No. How many switches are in the bigger rooms? I understand why the switches are there. I get it. It makes sense because logically you wouldn't want to have to cross a room like without any sort of extra switches there. That's why there's like all those three-way switches. But still, the fact that it's that easy to pop the breaker, it feels like. No, not mimic 3 times in a row. I love mimics, but when I'm normally investigating them, not like this. Am I just guessing twins? No, I was going off of the speeds. It's not a guess. No, I don't guess these. I don't just go in and just guess. I usually try to figure out what it is. You'd normally be running most or all the lights at the same time. Yeah, I know what you mean, because normally you wouldn't have 17 switches in a diner. You would want to walk in and just go and pop one on and all your lights come on. I know what you mean. I guess for gameplay's sake, having different rooms, maintaining sanity, you don't want that all being tied to one switch. So I think for gameplay, they probably had to do it like that. I imagine. All right. Let's go back. Our goal is to get the badge tonight. We need a blood moon. I know. Let me put it like this. With the custom I'm running right now, if we go into the map and we hear rain, it's a blood moon.
Nothing to report, but it looks like whoever was here left in a hurry.
Jigs, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, dude. We are only ethical. No. We don't just guess. We figure it out. We figure it out. You summon the blood moon next? Well, good. I want it. Thank you for the follows, guys. Welcome in. Same deal. Smudge, crucifix, this, go. We go. Hey, Rod Russ, welcome in. What's up? Seen the tumbleweeds? Yeah. Oh, yeah. You summon snow. I don't think that works like that. I don't think it works like that. All right. Go. Florin. Aw, Lucy. Lucy, thank you for the subs, Fran. Had to laugh because I was watching someone yesterday who was unhappy about the blood moon, and all I could think about was how much you want it. I see people all the time that are like, oh, I hate it. It's the worst. I'm like, I just want a blood moon here. Normie. My favorite ghost is a mimic. Lucy, thank you. I'm good. How are you? Oh, it's naked again. Oh my God. Put some pants on, you weirdo. Why do I keep getting BJM? Why does this keep happening? How many more games do I need? Probably like 10. If I'm guessing, I'm not sure. No clothes, no service. I know, that's what I'm saying. But what if he works here and that's just how that's their uniform? Not throwing enough to be a Pulte. No blinky blinks. Probably not. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's so hard to hear them. All right. I do have a smudge going, so we can get a few more things here. Give me this. Okay, let's go. It's actually a nudist diner. Was that considered fast? No, it sounded normal. It just got faster. It got faster because of line of sight. Yeah. Casual Friday. Damn. What's the ghost name? You took it too serious. You took it too literal, Brian. Wait, this is casual. Let's do this. Do this. Do one of those. The side of one of these. If it's a demon, it can hunt me in the next like 6 seconds. So we want to be careful, SpongeBob. Hey, Crow. Thank you. Narcane, thank you for the 9-month Prime. Onryo? No, nothing. I mean, there's nothing that says this is an Onryo to me. It could be an Onryo, but there's nothing that stands out like that. Are we O-baking? I don't think so. No. Again, it seemed pretty normal speed. So, was it near an electronic? Do I have any electronics in here right now? I don't know if it's... I have to check for a Raiju. I think the blinks were normal. Again, speed was normal. It was speeding up with line of sight. I didn't see it blink. Like, I didn't see it shapeshift, I mean. If it hunts now, that's 90-second hunt. Yeah, it's no evidence. Okay, not a spirit. Probably not a demon, but it could just be a really lazy demon. Oh my god. Yokai? It was like so heavy in my right ear too. Do you know about a new ghost model? There is no new ghost model. Have I ever had the red light ghost event? Yeah, a couple times. Yeah. Just like that song. I am sus of a yokai. What's that audio from? I'm going to be honest, I don't remember. But Cheebs was definitely singing something for some reason. I don't remember why I chimed in. I think it just flipped a switch. Not a mare. I think I just heard a switch get flipped. 10% of the way through getting your ID card. Nice. Can't hear me? You have to unmute your video, Sid. Look at that burger. That looks great. A wise man once told us demons can hunt, and you're so welcome. You stinky yokai. Dude, I would crush that burger. So, distance-wise, yeah, that's got to be yokai. Oh, no, go. Okay, we're good. Make some steak and eggs. Here, you keep that. Get yourself something nice. Throw a burger at the ghost. We should be able to eat it for sanity. Remember when we were able to eat the stupid eggs? The awful egg sound during Easter for sanity that one time? We should be able to do that with like the burgers and like the waffles and the pretzels and stuff. We totally should.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Yokai. So we knew it was a yokai because yokais can only sense your voice and electronics within 2.5 meters. And we were just outside of that range and it never came to us. It was inside walking back and forth in the kitchen while I was just on the other side of the counter. So that's how we knew. I would love to throw an egg at the ghost mid-hunt. I've thrown it at him during events and stuff, but unfortunately there's no hit. There's no hit box, so like we can't smack the ghost. Or no collision. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, that awful sound was the worst. As somebody with misophonia, like that sound was just absolutely awful. Cammy, thank you for the 2 months. Hello, friend. Ray, thank you for the prime. The eggs boosted your sanity. Tell me an effing donut won't increase your sanity. It would slow you down. Maybe that's what it should be. It should be that the donut gives you extra sanity, but it slows you for like 30 seconds or something, you know? I think that'd be kind of funny. All right. 38. Dude, why does it feel like we're not like, I swear to God, it feels like some of these maps are not counting.
Welcome back.
It's always one behind. No, but it feels like I've done like, it feels like I looked at 37 and we did like 4 maps and then all of a sudden it looked like that. All right, let's go back.
All right, we're here.
I said the same thing last night, right? Like I should actually be counting just to be safe.
There's been no reports of violence or sightings, but please remain careful.
How long do you have to watch? 2 hours? Well, no. It would just be me needing to actually count how many games. And then if it's actually off, then let them know about it. Thought the counter's delayed. It should be by 1. And then when you leave and come back, it's caught up. Yeah, it feels weird, man. It feels weird. All right. Give, go. Did that for the farmhouse badge in the campsite for me. This one just feels slower. I don't know why. But what did it say? We're at 38? Thank you. No and then. No and then. You know how unfortunate it is? There's probably a lot of people here that don't know what that movie is. It's sad. It's depressing. Smiling? Dude, where's my car? Yeah. Carly, that doesn't count. How many movies have you not seen? No, you don't count. You haven't seen like most movies. No, it was very quiet. I don't know about slow, but it was quiet. Started doing basic media, ghost figure. And go get them to count. Wait, what? I don't remember what movies we were talking about, Carly. By the way, hi, friend. There was a lot that you hadn't seen. By the way, have you guys noticed the cars out here? I don't think it's a miling. I think it's just extraordinarily quiet back here. I think it's just so quiet in that back area, man. I think that's the issue. This time I'm going to smudge. The maps weren't counting if we didn't have at least 3 media in the book. What? You lie. Yeah, I don't know why that car looks so small. Is it Noni? I'll have to get it back over here again. My favorite cursed possession is the music box. Love it. Here, we'll watch it again. I don't think so. Like a goddamn platypus. Like a duck running through here. Saying you like the music box. Feels like rage bait? No, I love the music box. That is my favorite cursed possession. I'm literally going to get it tattooed on me. It takes 2 hours for the drops. Yeah. If you were a FlashForce fan, I feel like you would know that. I'm just saying. Hate the music box. It's horrible. You lie. You all suck. The music box is amazing. You can't convince me otherwise. You can't do it. It is amazing and I love it. Do I want to bring 2 of those? We'll bring one of these. Frank is the best. Okay, now you're lying. No, I love it. I love the mechanics of it. That's one of the biggest things. Bitch. Tarot? I mean, with friends, it's fun. But solo? Woof. Shit. Power's over there. Mirror 100% is used. It is very useful. Timeout time for the music box haters. No. We're allowed to have differences of opinions. for now. Hi, Harper. I'm sorry. Was that not in range of the crucifix? Good Lord. You're entitled to be wrong. Stop hunting. Thank you. Big fan of the Ouija board. I think the only one that really feels borderline useless. It's not like they all have their use, but there's definitely ones that are worse, in my opinion, based on different things. Like the voodoo doll, the use of it to me make the ghost hunt. The summoning circle, why does that one suck? Because it can do that insta hunt crap from the circle if your sanity's if it decides to hunt when you're lighting the circle. Van princess? There's nothing wrong with that. You be the van princess all you want. Owie. Okay, you've crapped in this sink a lot. I say a lot. Is that breath? No. I don't think so. You suck ass. It just turned the other one back on. I feel like the cruci range has been odd. It hunted like right next to me on the hunt before this last one. Or it felt like it did. I kind of want to stay out of range. Dude, is this a spirit? Or did I miss the timer for the hunts? Yeah, I smudged and it has not hunted since, yeah? If you see breath, does that mean it's freezing? No. If you see breath, it means that the area that you're in is 5 degrees Celsius or lower, which is typically ghost room. It did burn the cruci, you are right. But I feel like even that was after the time. Maybe do one more smudge just to be safe. Okay. Let's go, El Stinko. Hello, Grandmama. Hello, Grandmama. It literally does sound like that, the duck meme, where the ducks go running into the house or running into the whatever. Oh, shit. Better safe than sorry. Okay. I have another timer going just in case. Aspect, thank you for the sub. Welcome in. On zero evidence, how can you tell if it's a mimic? The mimic will always have orbs no matter what because it's fake evidence. So even on a zero evidence run, you will still see orbs, which actually makes it a million times easier to know that you're dealing with a mimic. It is not a demon. It doesn't feel like le demon. It don't feel like it. What are we thinking? Spirit. Currently, well, let's drop you. Let's go put that in there. Once a mimic, always a mimic. Okay. All right. Head to bed. Good night, Luna. Stop it. Stop it. It's in there, right? I think they'll add new ghosts. Maybe eventually. I don't think they're worried about new ghosts right now at all. Very, very low on their list of to-dos. Which ghost can flush the toilets? Me too. You know what? And I've asked about that in the past. And the response that I got was, we feel like that's not a spirit. Well, shit. We feel like it would be silly if they could do it. I'm like, okay, then why can we? Not a Yurei. Bro, what are you? Rose! What up, homie? What the dickens? What the dickens? Have I had I had my lights on, like, and it didn't speed up, right? No, no. It's cut power. Has it walked in salt? Shit. Okay, shut up. Rose, how was your stream? Not a Wraith, not a Revy. Not twins. I don't think it's a mimic, but we'll leave it alone. It came to me, right? Not a yokai? It's a demon. Not throwing enough for a Polty. Not shape-shifting. Doesn't feel like it's stalking me. I think they'll add new ghost types at some point. I think it's possible. I don't think it's out of the question for ghosts. I just think that it's something they're not worried about right now. Feeling a Goryo? Ugh. 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 Don't you do it. Don't you effing do it. You sack of shit! God dang it. This a-hole. No, that doesn't say Banshee to me. That was roaming in the middle of the hunt. Yeah. Turbo, Pog, thank you guys for the follows, friends. Oh, my Lanta. I mean, I thought I was hearing the footsteps from far away, which is why I was not thinking this was a possible myling. This is going to be dangerous as shit. I have no more smudges, by the way. The floor is very quiet, which is why I second guess all the time if it's a myling or not. F you. No. Well, this will at least get rid of an Onryo possibility. It was just saying hi. It's not even in here. That's not good. That's not good at all. That came from the hallway, right? This thing's moving around a lot. Okay. You're over here somewhere. But where? might be down there. Yeah, I just realized I had the wrong cruci in my hand. We're all right. We're fine. I realized it literally as I saw it in my hand. And I looked at the chat. I was like, uh-oh. It would have just been really interesting. That's all. Blow it out again. Blow out those same firelights again. If it blows out the same firelight twice within 20 seconds, it's an Onryo. I'm keeping these all lit just in case. No. It doesn't matter if it blew out 3 firelights or not. Even if it blows out 3 firelights, if you have another fire lit, then it cancels out the Onryo ability. So essentially what I have here, dude, that's all the way in the kit. Like, what do I do with that? It might be an Onryo. You're thinking a shade? Maybe. We're idiots. We're so stupid. You know what we're gonna do this instead. Give me shit to throw. I need things. Yep. I think it's over by the kitchen now. Damn. I think it moved again. I'm also doubtful of a miling. It sounds too loud. I'm going to try to be fast about this. You suck a butthole. Uh-oh. Blow it out again. Do it again. I think this is an Onryo. That was less than 20 seconds, right? Sure was now. Deuces. Yeah. That's absolutely an Onryo now. Shoo, buddy. It's okay. I mean, even if we were counting, it doesn't matter. I lit that thing and it blew it out within the next 2 seconds. Yeah. That's why we test. We test and we test, and when we're done testing, we test again. And then you know what we do? We leave.
Welcome back.
Onryo is the only ghost that can blow out the same firelight twice within 20 seconds. But we figured it out, though. That's what matters. We should be about 40. All right, we go back. Dude, give me some ghosts that are just like instant. I know what you are.
Check the equipment.
Please.
Get set up before investigating.
I beg thee.
Ghost here seems to be linked to a cursed object. Go and take a
I'm
closer
sure
look.
it is.
This will help your investigation.
Every ghost has been a normie. Every one of them. Not really. Okay, normies are twins. Or mimics. Or whatever. You know what I mean? Shut up. If the counter's behind by 1, then it should be 41. Oh, okay. All right. Ooh, that's the wrong order. Come on. We want you, after the lighter, this. There we go. Ready to rock. What do you get from the Easter egg? You get an ID card. Normal? Yeah. Okay. So it should make its way over here if it's not a yokai. Which it looks like it is. Like making its way over here. I'm pretty sure the speed is normal. The blinks are normal. It's not a yokai. It's literally just another normie. What the hell, dude? DK, get off the button. Basic, yeah. Yep. Someone told me you can take a doorway at Tangle to get to Nell's Diner. Default, do you think that that's possibly true? Who knows? I do. You can't. You think that it's possible to load up in Tanglewood, take a door that then drops you off at the diner. It would be cool. Okay, I mean, it would also be really cool to have a house made of chocolate. But I don't believe that I live in one. I would maybe think about taking an internet break for like a day or two. Just a nice reset. Just a thought. She's gonna stop hunting. There she goes. Listen, there's a lot of misinformation going around. I'm really going to need to make sure that people like do a little investigative work here. At least a little. Base boosted heartbeat. Was it? I didn't hear a speed up. I could turn on my headgear and see if it speeds up though. Hey Bloom, what's up? About the Ghostbusters. What's rough, I mean, well, the thing that sucks, while it's like, haha, teehee, the problem is at no point do they specify that it's fake. So then people believe them. Yeah, which is really unfortunate and makes the person that made that video look like an asshat. General Gravy, thank you for the raid. Oh, thank you for the 13 months, Fran. Favorite ghost is a mimic. Yeah. Are you going to start hunting again? Hello? Oh, there he goes. Come out this way. I need to smudge you. No, that's not a Raiju. Slap, slap, slap. Its footsteps sounds ridiculous out here. Demon? It technically could be. I'm gonna go get some more stuff to bring inside. Yeah. Get salt. We'll grab another smudge, and then we'll grab a firelight while we're at it too. I have 30 seconds before a demon can hunt again. Honorable, thank you for the 5 gifted, dude. Thank you. What you doing? You know, playing Phas. What are you doing? Let's put one there. Let's put one there. Let's put one over here. Missed the convo. What was the ID controversy? That it's not real. That it doesn't exist. There's people that are very trolly on the internet, and unfortunately people believe things that they say. Yeah. How you in chat doing? We're good. How are you? All right. If it's a demon, it can hunt me right now. What's wrong with tier 3 salt? Nothing? Nothing that I know of? Some guy, thank you for the prime. Short, thank you for the prime. And 90 seconds is up. Don't call me out. I just decided not to do research on it. Yeah, and that's going to make me call you out. I decided to believe the thing that somebody told me. Yeah, and I'm going to call you out for it. Gotcha. People suck. Correct. Correct. So before you believe anything, always do a little research. All right. It's not a spirit. Frickin' normies, man. Didn't you know the drop thing? Oh yeah, it's been going on since the 11th. It's going on until the 18th. Oh hey, you're not a yokai. Oh god. Not a shade. This is still considered this room, and the ghost was in there with it. Let's see. Ghost, I think it is. I don't know. If I knew what ghost it was, I would have left already. Where you at, ghost? Good lord. Hello, grandmama. Salt helps find UV. You nailed it. Yeah, I'm doing zero evidence. Yeah. Ghosty. Ghosty. How's it not a shade? It blew out a firelight in the room with us. So that's how we know it's not a shade. Shades can't do that. I'll cross off ghost and all that jazz. I'm just waiting to see what it does here. That's tough. That's tough. It hunted from outside of the room over there. No, shades do hunt. They just don't hunt from the same room as you. What? Going the long way, homie? Where are you going? And shades can't do singing events either. Correct. Yeah. Ghost wants a hug. I'm not interested. Is it out here now? Listen, dude. Do I have tips on how to help identify the ghost? Yeah, what kind of questions do you have? New map, good. It's great. The diner's awesome. They did such a good job. Verifier, thank you for the prime. Did you ever play any game off and before Phas? Oh yeah. I mean, my first 2 years of streaming, I played Rocket League. What is a singing event? It's when the ghost sings. Oh, did you just walk in salt? Disappointed there's only one song in the jukebox. Me too. I was really hoping that they had a drift like diner style. What the hell is it doing? Should be a rare event where the ghost puts on a spooky. It would be cool if like it talked through the jukebox. That'd be sick. You wish Phas was free? Well, they'd have to do microtransactions at that point. Hey, what's on the jukebox? Grandma? She's trying to get my attention. What is she trying to say? Yes, Grandma. Go in. They play your voice to the jukebox. Be pretty funny. And potentially ads. Correct. Live tomorrow? No. I'm live again on Sunday. Yep. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8:30 p.m. Sunday at 1. And that's all Eastern time. I can't test for the ghosties. Because it's being a weenie. There we go. Okay. I'd say no to the Onryo. Man. All right. So what do we have? It walked in salt. It's normal speed. Didn't speed up electronics. We did a yokai test. It's not a shade. It farted on us. I'm pretty sure it moved rooms. Has it kicked it? Well, I don't think it gin sprinted me. Speed is normal. No, no, no. No spirits. Oh, no, Onryo. I don't know if it's stalking me per se. That's hard to say. I don't think it is. Yeah, way too visible. Way too visible. Any door touches? It hasn't messed with doors barely at all. Right. I do have another crucifix and motion sensor and a smudge. I think I'm going to go to the back door. All right. I'm going to snooze ads for now. If you get hit, I'm sorry, but I'm going to try to snooze them so most people don't get hit right now. If you could add a ghost, what would it be like? It would be a ghost that wouldn't be able to see you very well, but would be able to hear you if you move. Oh God, it's creaming. Did you hear it? You heard it, right? Like sit still and it can't. Well, it technically could still get you because it could run into you. Appreciate the ads news. Yeah. Try my best. I caught it before it hit. I'm just gonna have to let that keep going. Drop claim. Nice. Enjoy, of course. It doesn't feel like a banshee. It's hard to do a mare test because it keeps moving. Can it still get you if you're in light? Yeah, just because you're standing in a room with a light on doesn't mean the ghost can't get you. Jesus Christ. All right. Possible mare. She's pissed. She's pissed. I pissed. So there you go. Look, even the computer screens flickering. Actually, no, it's just the lights that are flickering. Oh God, I can't hear. Hello, Grandma, my old. Okay. Are you here, Granny? She's over there. Shit. Crucify would be nice. It would buy me time. I think she was by the front door. Damn. Damn. Heading to bed. Good night, Koi. It was up here. I don't know where. Jesus Christ. Okay. You're such a mare. It hurts. All right. I have 4 switches to test this on. Nope. Okay. I'm going to snooze one more time. All right. God. Just shut up. Why are you over here? Hey. God damn it. I'm waiting 10 seconds. Nothing. Go back over here. Listen, I have ads trying to play. I think we're gonna call Mayor. We're gonna call Mayor and go back to the lobby so I can run the ads. They keep trying to play, and I'm not trying to have them hit in the middle. No, I don't have a cursed possession. Negative. All right, let's go, Mayor. Let's try. It might not be. Just because we had light bursting events doesn't necessarily mean that it is a mare.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Nothing I can do if the ghost isn't stalking me. Literally nothing I can do. Lazy stalker? Yep. Yep. But we had to go with what we thought. Worst BNG of all time? Agreed. All right. I have ads. We're doing 3 minutes of ads every hour, so that way there's no pre-rolls. I was snoozing them so we could sit here and wait. All right. 3 minutes of ads, friends. No, it didn't follow me at all. Not a single bit. Nope. What a weenie of a ghost, dude. Absolute weenie. Would have gone there for sure. Yeah. If the ghosts don't cooperate, there's nothing I can do. All right. So I technically should be at 41, right? I think.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Oh, no. It says we're at 40. Okay. 10 more. If I keep getting normies, this is going to take forever. Yeah, Danielle. Have to. If I don't run 3 minutes of ads, then there's going to be pre-rolls, which means that if you are not subbed and you're not so you're not subbed, I'm assuming you don't have turbo. If I don't do that, the second you join my stream, you get ads, which if it's in the middle of a game, then you have to deal with it in the middle of the game. But by running the ads the way that I'm running them now, I can control them and play them when I want to do it. So that is why we have to do that. Pre-rolls suck. Absolutely. But that's why we do this. Honorable, thank you for the biddies. If you have a channel that is monetized, you have to do ads. That's just the way that it is. Yeah. Yep. No questions. Have to. Yeah. There's people that run 6, 7, 8, 9 minutes of ads. It's crazy. Don't you have to guess the ghost correctly for it to count? Oh, yeah. If you don't get the ghost right, the number doesn't go up. That's correct. Reclusive Rue, thank you for the 5 months. Yep. So if you don't guess the ghost correct, then it doesn't go up to your account. You have to get this 50 times correct. Yeah. Appreciate how you get the ad stuff. We're just lucky enough to be in a game that I can do that, because there's a lot of people that don't control their ads like that because they can't. If they're in a high intense game, like, you can't just pause and say, okay, well, we're just going to run them. You just got to let them go. Yeah. Did he finish it? He did not. Nope. We're getting weenie ghosts. 30 seconds left, and then we're going in. Haven't had, well, lurking, sometimes you're not going to get any. Mid-cod match. Yeah, right? Seek and destroy. Hold on, guys. I got to run ads. Do streamers make more off of ads or subs? I think it depends on how large your audience is. I think that when your audience is large enough, there are some streamers that probably make more on ads than they do on subs. But I think anybody under a certain amount, for the most part, is probably making more off subs than ads. Yeah. Lucy, thank you for the gifted to lurking potato. Thank you, friend. Share the revenue with the fam, of course. I mean, listen, it helps pay my bills. Yeah. Buys the kids beans, you know, all the good stuff. All right, see? So that's why we do the ads the way that we do them, because now I don't have any for an hour, and we could go the entire hour without having to worry about them at all, whether you're subbed or not, or whatever you have. But if I don't run them myself, I could be in the middle of a match. You join, you get hit by ads, you miss the entire thing. So that's why we do this. Yeah. If a ghost is moving at 150% speed, is it easier to tell speeds apart? No, it's actually harder. Yeah, it's actually harder. In my opinion, because you're not used to the 150 speed. Yeah. Yeah, it shows some good food, though. Let's go. All right, we go back. I need some, like, instant, we know what this is, ghosties. How many do I have left? 10. 10. The ghosts have been jerk faces. Absolute jerk faces. 150 can be tough if you're not used to it, and I'm not used to it at all. Is my game crashing right now? Oh, okay. Well, that was interesting and fun. Yeah. Bro, can I play with you? No. Good night, Flash. Good night, Wild West. Have a good one, friend. Are the freezers 2 different rooms? Yes, you have a walk-in and then you have the freezer. Yeah. All right. Ready, go. Just keep it real, man. All right. How's the game so far? Good. Been getting some weenie ghosts. We've been doing a bunch of no standing, no evidence to get closer to that 50 badge. I don't know what it just touched. It might have been that, and that just didn't move. So it might be up here. It's a child. Was that super visible? You think? You think impossible Oni? But I'm possibly thinking a yokai because of what it just did right there. Let's go get a couple more things. You think they'll do anything with prestiges, like add more? I really hope so. I hope that they do something, because anybody that's over prestige 20, I mean, what do you do? Or what do you have, right? Okay, we've got this and this. It didn't eat the cruci, so we're good there. Ew, a child. We'll watch it again. Hopefully it's not crawling. What's their security number? 2. Yeah, I'm just really old. All right, we're good. That's a 90-second. No, that's not an Oni. Not a yokai. I feel like that came directly to me. That could have been by chance, but I don't think so. Didn't feel like it. Oh, it's not a shade. What are you staring at, homie? We'll turn that one on. Oh, it just got a sody pop. It did. It just got a sody. Did you hear it? A second one. You're going to be up all night. Stop. Bet you're really scared right now. Your mom's really scared right now. Hey, Jazzy, what's up? Got the soda for you so you could be friends. Oh, okay. Well, now I feel bad. It's just standing. It's just standing there with 2 sodas, 1 little tear. How the ghost treating you? I'm getting a lot of very normal ghosts. Very, very normal. smashing them together like stone cold. Oh my god. Wow, that was rude. Where's the breaker? Damn. Wait. Did it just hunt? I don't know if that was a hunt or not. It might have been up front the entire time. Oh, well, Jazzy, I appreciate you. Well, thank you. Did it turn it off and on? I don't know. It's hunting now. No, I think it hunted. Dude, what the? This is such a confusing ghost. It's so confusing. I don't see any sodas in your hand, you little twerp. Damn kids. Too much Mr. Sprinkler. Baby drinking soda? Yeah. Little heathen. It definitely didn't seem like you were throwing enough. It has a sugar rush now. It's just doing the zoomies. Wow, you suck. Oh, it's over here. That's fine. Well, it shut off the breaker now. Dude, I don't know. I'm torn. This ghost feels like it's everywhere. At least it's no Jin, yeah. Have I done the Easter egg? I have. Yeah, I did it on day one. Dude, but... Okay, how far away is that? That's got to be close enough for a yokai, right? Is it just by chance that that one time it walked over to me? Just random pathing. It didn't actually come over to me because it sensed anything. I keep going over with my electronics and everything, and it just leaves us the F alone. How many more smudges do I have? I think it saw you line of sight that time. It might have. If I was uncrouched and I was above the counter, it might have actually done that. Yeah. It's like in screwing with the lights. Oh shit, I don't have any more. Let's do this. Let's do this. Just to be safe. Do this. Awfully quiet. I don't know. I'm getting a little bit better at understanding. At understanding if it's a miling or not. I would like to do a yokai test here if possible. This might be bad news bears for me, but we're about to find out. Do that. Do that. Give me. Okay. I don't trust my own judgments on the miling on this map. The footsteps are really quiet in certain parts. It's hard. It's really, really tough. Could it be a Pulte? It doesn't feel like it, but yeah, there's crap that's all the way out there, but it's hunted up here a bunch of times, right? Thank you for all the follows, guys. I appreciate you. Now we wait. Don't you do it. Fuck off. Fuck off, you little shit. That's a yokai. Okay. Good lord. Dude. Oh, it was like playing with its food. It knew I was there. Oh, yeah. Oh. Jesus Christ. That's got to be a yokai, man. Have we hit 100K followers? We have. Yeah. Thank you for the heart me. My game just crashed, by the way. I'm fairly certain it just crashed. I'm almost certain. I'm not going to move for a sec. We're just going to sit here for a sec. Well, at least we knew what the ghost was. It's fine. We'll say it's a yokai. We knew what it was. I was within like 3 meters of that ghost, 4 meters of that ghost. It did not come into us. It was a yokai. Whether it wants to give it to me or not, the game's like, oh, you're going to get one right? Not today, you're not.
Welcome back.
Oh, no.
Job's ready for you.
Stupid. I love you guys too. God damn it.
Before investigating.
God damn it. So stupid. Listen, map. This, I'll tell you what though. I've crashed more on this map than I've crashed in I don't know how long. It's been a lot. Anywho. A few of my games takes a couple of seconds longer to load back. Oh yeah, the loading takes longer. I've noticed the same thing too. Yeah. So hopefully they'll figure all that stuff out. Yeah. Lucy, thank you for gifting us up to Jazzy. Just got the drop. Nice. Maybe a nice refresh of the game is just what we needed to get a ghosty that was, willing to cooperate. Now it's going to be really obvious and super simple. I'm gonna go to the back door. Let's go back here. This feels better. I like this better. We'll watch from here. You know what, though? Look. Although, I mean, it'd be a pain in the ass to go back and forth. I can easily see if there goes to something right now because if that front door shuts. Good night, CJ. Any orbs? No. Not that I can see. Those diners terrifying. Not about terrifying. But we're definitely still getting used to the layout and the pathing and going back and forth. Yeah. Seriously? Seriously? Not this again. Not this again. Making itself a sandwich? I don't know. Not again. It might be another yokai. Maybe. Why are you like this, ghost? Sounds like a child making sandwiches. Down with suspicious sounds. No, not really. Come on, ghosty. We'll do another yokai check. It might be. Maybe the game is trying to, you know, have mercy. I'm fairly certain I just heard a light switch. With that demon running around. Thank you. I appreciate it. Think it'd be a yokai? I also think it might be a yokai, but we'll see in a second. The Skeleton Overlord, yeah. We have. I haven't done it today. Goes through an egg, not a spirit. Yes, that's a yolk. Is it gonna hunt or what? You bitch. Oh, dang it. Gonna attempt to sleep. Either see you soon or see you Sunday. Good night, Juju. Best of luck, friend. Child wants to play. He wants to play hide and seek. That's a tough sell. Tough sell. You see, yokai sounds like yolk. Yolks are on eggs. Thank you, Doc, for the explanation. You know, I was sitting in just bewilderment until your presence provided sustenance. Hi, Doc. How are you? God dang it. this guy. Who? This guy. Mr. Doc, I don't know. I know this is very preemptive and this would be way too planned for people like us. I don't know if you have plans for Sunday, sir, but I'm just throwing it out there that I don't. Side note, we have yet to visit Steve's together. Just saying. Happy to drop the knowledge bombs. We appreciate it. Let's do it. I hate that sound, dude. It sounds ridiculous. Mustard. Do I go yokai? I don't know. Maybe we can get some proof. Egg sighting. God dang it. That was definitely close enough. Redemption run? Redemption run? Hannah, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. The freezer could be normal temps, right? Yeah, if the oh yeah, you've got to be. If the power is off, so hear me out. If the power is off, then the freezer will not be cold. If the power's on, then it can get down to 1 degree. I know some people have an issue with that. They're like, oh, it should be freezing because it's a freezer, but they're not trying to completely alienate new players. It's like making sure there's an understanding that if you get freezing in the freezer, then you know you have freezing temps. You know? Yeah. All right. Let's try this again, shall we? Try again. When you and Doc playing again? Sunday. Yeah, I normally don't have an answer to that. I have an answer this time.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Remember that time we had a yokai? Crazy. Crazy. Little Asia, thank you for the prime, dude. Hannah, I hope your stream was good. Wild Starlight, thank you for the follow. What's up, Egg? God damn it, their name is Egg. Mystic, Robbie, Cloudy, Ashill, Super, Cookie. Welcome in, friends. It did not crash this time. Oh, lucky day. But you notice that we every time have had a normal speed ghost.
We've arrived. Check this. Get set up for
Come on. Come on. Do you know which rooms can't be ghost rooms yet? Just the foyer, that's it. Every single other room can be a ghost room. It's just the foyer. That's it. What the hell? Strawberry cheesecake. What the hell? Hello? Yeah, it's no evidence, no sanity. We were trying to get fast runs in here to get closer to the badge. However, Ghosty had other ideas. Revenante? That's Revy. Yeah. What? What? How did it not sense me? I would like one more just to be safe. That was weird. You suck. It's like they've upped the chance for ghosts to turn off power, and it really sucks. Shit. Most annoying ghost is going to be subjective. Everyone's going to have a different one. There you go. Well, that sells it. There we go. Honestly, Goryo or Mirror, you're right. All right, roger that. You know what? I'll just close my eyes and pick one of those and we'll go from there. How about that? Anyone else excited about the Tanglewood rework? I am. I think it's going to be great. I can't wait till they start using new assets in that. Yeah.
Welcome back. I've got
When's my
some
birthday?
ready for
December.
you.
Nice. Nice. That's what we need. That's the start of something good. That's the start of something good. The game answered us. It's like, listen, we're sorry we crashed your game. Apologies. Let's make it up to you.
There's been no reports of
We'll give you a good one.
Please remain careful.
Now give me orbs. And I'll forget anything ever happened. I mean, do I need like 8 or 9? We're going to pretend 9 just in case I need less. Give. Go. Do it for the Vine. You know, I heard that there's like a Vine reboot happening and it's being funded by Jack Dorsey. It's like, yeah, so that can go fuck itself. All right, there we go. They got to do a Camp Woodwind revamp. Why would they do that? It's literally a custom map that they made. Dorsey, Doherty, whatever the hell his name is. Yeah, that guy. I don't know. One of them. Maybe I misread that. I need to go back and read who actually is funding it. Because now you're making me question everything. Sounds very normal. Oh God, is it a child? Oh, you little shit. God. Stupid frickin' kid ghost. It sounded normal, I think. From what I could tell. All right, let's get a few more things. Kind of felt like a miling. You think so? Give me that. Give me this. Let's bring another bring this. Questioning everything. Is your mind a scrambled? Doc. You're supposed to be one of the good ones, Doc. What happened? What happened? All right, I do have a smudge here. I need to Demon? Wait. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No. Did I hear? Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Don't you do it! Okay. I'm pretty sure we have a Le Démon. That was like right after 60 seconds. Just creeping and crawling, I know. I know. Does Doc do Twitch? You're asking the guy that has the purple check mark next to his name, who's if he does Twitch? I'd like to think that he does. It's the Mad Max meme. That's bait. That's bait. Demon. It hunted under 90 seconds. That's how we knew it was a demon. And also demons can hunt. Just fun fact. All right, we go back. I was a little insulted by that response, but God damn it, Doc. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? I told you it was a demon. We knew Chiefs would be right eventually. It was just a matter of time. Hey, Rado, what's up? A demon actually doing his job, I know. What is this nonsense? All right. Give me these, give me these, give me this. It's very repetitive doing the same thing over and over, but possibility of getting the badge faster is definitely worth. Definitely worth. Just got the drop. Nice. How to get good. Play more. I hear it. I think it's in front of me. Like, back that way. I do. But keep dying. Well, then stop dying. How do you stop dying? You could hide. How do you check your drop status? Do twitch.tv/drops in your browser, and it'll take you to the screen that tells you how much progress you have. Yeah. Hey, Diesel. Doing good. How are you? Gonna hunt today? Thank you. Your friends keep trolling. Get better friends. I feel like I haven't had a Raiju in forever. Hey, you're not a crawling child. That's cool. That's good stuff. Wait, are you an Oni? Wait, was that super visible? Also, I swear to God, I think I just heard an extra footstep over here after it was done hunting. Looked pretty visible, right? We'll do one more just to be safe. Finally, some grown wage workers. I'm questioning life right now. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sold on an Oni anymore. I don't think so. Mimic? I mean, maybe. Where's it hunting from? It's hunting from, like, back towards the janitor's closet, I think. do some badge grinding on the other maps. Oh, you haven't gotten all of them yet. Oh, wow. Let's take that in there, this in there. Let's go see if we can quickly take a look. We will try. Mama Tiffany, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Mimic or demon? Did it hunt early after a smudge? Because it did. How would it be a demon? I have no sanity. We know that, right? It sounded like it was in the back hallway. Seems like a quick rehunt. Okay. Event? Bitch. Oh, Jesus Christ. I was about to walk, you asshole. God damn it. The second I start to walk this direction. Good Lord. You suck. I hate you. Right in my face. Jesus. Sunny badge won't go up even if I get it right. Interesting. Do I have to be on restricted? No. Wait, what badge? You mean the 50 badge? Dude, if I'm being like gaslit, like glitched. Because like I'm getting more right than normal, but it's only counting so many of them, I'm gonna be pissed. Boner on the kitchen floor? That sounds like a personal problem. Because you can do woodwind or maple for the... Yeah, you can absolutely do restricted or normal. You can do restricted or you can do... Anywho. Ruda. Yeah, I'd say no miling. I think it went the long way. Oh, pooped in the sink. Boner. I don't know with this one, man. I don't know. We're thinking possible demon, right? What is your goal for 2026? Let's stay alive. Unfortunate. Yokai? No, I think it was too far away. You were getting way more right than get... Dude, Like, is that what's happening? I feel like if I go back and count the amount of investigations I've done on this map, it would be more than what that thing says. I could be wrong. Any mare light turnoffs? You mean any mare abilities? Not that I could tell. I haven't tried any though. My most common ghost is a Raiju. I was about to say I checked it earlier. So Fear, thank you for the gifted to Tide. And oh boy, thank you for the 4 months. Demon for you? Damn. Damn. Yeah, it's Raiju for both for me. The most seen ghost and most deaths. Yeah, I see you. Hey, get smudged. Oh, can you see me there? Wait a minute. Okay. I was going to say, for a second there, it looked like it was a little more visible. Gaslighting myself. Gaslighting myself. Twins is your most? You think it's quiet. To me, it doesn't sound that quiet. It sounds very average to me. When I say that, I'm saying because the map, the ghost footsteps are quieter. All right, 20 seconds until the demon timer's up. So we'll see if it's a Le Demon. You piece of trash. It's fine. We'll just sit here in the weird red light darkness. Okay. Demon timer's up. Good night, Fear. Have a good one. Thank you, friend. It's going to be a normal. It's going to be a normie. Wait for it. Just to mess with just to mess with us? Yeah. There it is. What a bitch. I'm half tempted to just guess it. Maybe Goryo is always hunting from back there. You know, I'm not against that idea. I'm not against it at all. Kind, thank you for the prime. Listen, I normally stick it out and all that jazz, but man, when you have a weenie ghost being a weenie. It is hunting from back in that area every single time. See, people were saying they thought that it hunted early, and I couldn't prove that. At no point did it hunt early for me. You know, just for the memes, we're going to go Goryo, and we'll see what happens. Could be wrong, but we'll go for it anyway. If it's wrong, I'm not blaming anybody. They broke a Ure? How'd they do that?
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you. All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting.
If a Ure sings or does crawling ghost event, the animation will not play for its ability for the rest of the game. Where'd you hear that? What do you get for a perfect run? A little bit of extra money that's not worth it. It's just not worth it. It's, if anything, it's just to test your abilities. It's better for you just to do 2 runs back to back than do perfect game. Yeah. No words. Let's go. Give me this. Give me this. From Max, who heard it from Justly. I'll have to look up the video or ask Justly about it. Because Justly's a pretty trusted source. All right. This. There we go. Run. Forgot he doesn't read YouTube chat. Yeah, he doesn't read it. I'm at the point where I do perfect runs when the ghost cooperates. Yeah. Yeah. It's just not worth it. If they gave us more money for the perfect games, I would absolutely do it. Oh yeah, Justly's awesome. Can I watch different streamers through their ID card? You certainly can. Yeah, it's just a collective of 2 hours. It doesn't have to be 2 hours straight. You could watch me for 30 minutes and watch like 3 other people for 30 minutes and you're good to go. Yep. Oh, a deal would be fantastic. I would not be upset at all. But a ghost hunting is definitely necessary for this to work. The ghost cannot see through those doors. No. It'd be nice if you could use the in-game currency for something else. Well, that's what they were talking about earlier. Like, it'd be nice if you could use your in-game currency to buy, like, an ID card. Stalker boy? Maybe. So I'm going back to the truck. This. Give me this. Give me this. We're going to leave those things up there. We're taking these to the back. Actually, do I want this? No, I want salt. You could be a teleportate. Let's do this instead. Shade maybe? No. I'd say probably not. Oh, boner. No, this is Patrick. You gonna hunt today, hot sauce? What the hell's going on? Are you sure the foyer is safe? Probably not right now. Hey, Pickle, how are you? Was sent here by... You were sent here by Sassy? The Sassy? Could be a Banshee, though. It's not a Phantom either, based on the blinks. Banshee vibes? Yeah, maybe. Just depends on where the ghost room is. Dastardly Duke, thank you for the 3 months. Twisted, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Oh, the new map is wonderful. I love it. I think it's quacktastic. All right, let's go get parabolic. You think I has a banshee? We'll find out soon enough. Yeah. Twisted, how was your stream? Do this. Grab another one while we're in Rome. Do this and go. How do you get the Nomad badge? You need to get the ghost correct 50 times on Nels and survive. Yeah. Let's put you there. Let's put... I just... You know what I love? I love the... Oh, no. Oh, no. Can't grind that much. There's no worries. Play it at your pace. It's not a race. You get it done whenever you get it done. I should probably do this, yeah? Dude, where was that? It didn't even show up. Oh, she's back there? What the f... She's pretty funny. No, she's not. What room can be the ghost? Not be in where it's on them. No, the only room that can't be a ghost room is the one I'm standing in right now. Every other room in this map can be a ghost room. Dude, what the f... Interesting. It doesn't mean it's not a banshee. Is the parabolic bugged? I don't know. I couldn't see her footsteps for quite a while, but I don't know if it's because she was just too far away or what. Oh, God. Already, dude? Okay. HR chucking stuff? Yeah. No. Damn, dude. No, this isn't Nightmare. It's no evidence. No evidence, no sanity. Not a mare. We just heard it flip a switch. Actually, unless there was a switch that I touched over there, which I suppose is possible. Did you say Mert? Oh, that's true. The lights would be off anyway. That's a really good point. And I didn't go back there and turn them on. So yeah, it's 100% not a mare. Very true. Me too. You do the badge progression on any difficulty? Yes. Yes, you can. Thank you for the follows. Vertex, thank you for the 25 months, friend. Yeah, you can, any difficulty you want, you can do the 50 maps. You just have to get it right 50 times. office? Not a yokai, dude. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what you are. Ghost do we think it is? I don't know right now. To be 100% honest with you, I'm not sure. Ghost is being a stinker. I mean, it might have just been going, started here, made its way that way, then made its way all the way around. But come on. It walked in salt, right? Is this another banshee that's an absolute ass? Like, eating that crucifix when its ghost room was all the way back there is crazy. Whoops. Whoops. And she walked in salt in the back. Yeah, hilarious. So funny. Just a hoot, lady. Maybe she's. Did I bring a video camera inside? Do you remember that? I don't recall. No, it must have been on the other map. We might as well check, man. But if I'm getting a mimic that's not changing its speed ever. Ought to be a lousy spirit. No, it hunted underneath the spirit threshold. Right now we're thinking it's a lousy freaking banshee. All right, where's it hunting from? That's definitely not a mare. Dude, no orbs. Oh, that's right. Boner gem. None to be had. But the fact that she's going all the way over to here to hunt. Trying to get her order. No idea. It's a lot of chucking, yeah, but it's not throwing enough when it's over here. It doesn't feel like it is. I could be wrong. Like, look at all this stuff it has not touched. Ads are about to play, by the way, just a heads up. Oh my God. Lucy. is not stone cold. Y'all need to learn your banshee. What the hell's that mean? Come on, Ghosty. All right. Yeah, we'll just bring it over here and see how much it chucks items. I'm gonna laugh if it's not a banshee. It might not be. Ghosty has taken a while, though. Let me get this firelight in here. Turn on the neon sign. Remember the other banshee we had did not stalk us a single time. I just got a banshee whale like randomly at the end. See, it's not throwing enough. I'd say nay. Absolutely nay. You know what? Let me do this. Give me this. Give me you. Let's go find out what room it's in. It's okay. Now you want to sing, you piece of crap. Shut up. No one wants to hear it. All right. Where's your room? Might be close to here. The hell's, oh, it's that. It went potty. Now it's cleaning its hands. It's a very strange ghost. It did this, I think. Men's room. It's really quiet. You hooker. Let's take this and go travel to the other room. Hi. Oh, shit. Probably not a shade. Just in case it turns the power back on. Seems to be enjoying herself. Yeah, seriously. All the normie ghosts. Okay, so Onryo's out of the question. Shade's out of the question. No, we know you're not an Onryo. Shut up. Shut your lips. The fact that it really did feel like it came all the way up here. Worst game of hide and seek. Yeah, seriously. All right. It's not a Hantu. Cooking a toilet steak. That is always possible. Hey, Flynn. So. No. I don't. Did it technically change room? I mean, that's too far of a roam for a Goryo, in my opinion. No. Too loud. Oh, it's not stalking me. Not throwing enough. Spirit timer. Turn the light on. Pretty sure it came directly to me. We did an Onryo test. Pretty sure it kicked the breaker. So that leaves us with a demon or a Yurei? It's all this craziness. All the sounds of the map. Leaning more towards a Yurei. Yeah, seriously. It's always possible it's a ghost that's just not cooperating. Missing all the door touches. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do this time is smudge. Like what? Why would it be over there? Why? Like, dude, like what the absolute shit? Really? You're telling me this is not a banshee? Come on. Come on. We thought that it was like, we have thought banshee from the beginning. However, not once has it done what it did. I gotta go banshee. We could be wrong. Heavy banshee vibes? Seriously. Go for the Hail Mary? Yeah. We have no choice.
Welcome back.
Sure.
It's ready for you.
Whatever you say, boss. Whatever you say. Get your stone cold out of here. Good Lord. No. Could not get it at all. Nope. Could not get it at all. I understand it's not something that's supposed to be extraordinarily common, but for goodness sake, at least at some point do it. Good gravy, man. I thought we just had a ghost that like was acting like a stalking ghost. Here forever. I know, because we wanted to figure it out. Listen, if I wanted to do cheatsy doodles, I would basically just go in, it's a normal ghost, leave, and come back with another one. But I would like to try to figure these other ones out if I can. You love Stone Cold. Get out of here. Listen, I used to watch wrestling way back in the day. Give us a Dio. 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 Son of a bitch. I do not have the same birthday as him. You lie to me. Do I really? December 18th, yes. Out of all the people I could share a birthday with, Stone Cold. Well, shit. Yep. Yep, I guess we do. All right. We also share a birthday with Brad Pitt. Yeah, how about that? All right. Well, you're not a Jennifer. It's staying back there too long. How do you get the donut badge? You just watch the stream for 2 hours, friend. Share birthday with your dog. Nice. We do not need to see me smashing 2 cans together on stream like Stone Cold. No, we do not. No, shot. I would get it everywhere. No way. Although, you ever seen that dude? He had like the cowboy hat on and the vest. He had 2 beer bottles. He walks into the pool, smashes them together, and like drinks the one and screams. And you could see the frustration in the parents. Like, oh, come on. That's so funny. Yes, come up here. Yes, yes. I need to smudge you now or else I'm never going to get to. All right. Give me this. Billie Eilish, Brad Pitt, Christina Aguilera, DMX, Stone Cold, Steven Spielberg, Ray Liotta, Franz Ferdinand. All December 18th. And Keith Richards. Look at that. What a birthday to have, you know? What a birthday. See you, Beans. Have a good one. No one wants any chalky milk. What's your room, dude? Okay, asshole. You guys know there's a Dayseeker song that sounds like it was kind of written for Phasmophobia? You heard me. Not a mare? Wait, or did it turn the light off? I think it turned this light off. Share birthday with your son. Aw. Bedtime now. Good night, friend. Thank you guys for all the follows. Have an amazing day. Gonna try and get some sleeps. Yeah, no worries, silencing. Have all the sleeps. We'll be doing the same thing soon. Can you get the ID card by watching the stream? Yep. Yep, indeedy. That was sus. going with it. We're going with it. I say we take it and go. Watch Dogs tomorrow. Nice. You're a, yeah, we're going to try. That was convincing enough for me. It's that it could be incorrect, but I say we give it a shot.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Yep. Your ability. Ooh. Are we at 45 or are we at 46? Tis the question.
Welcome back. Like prepared.
46. I almost want to save my 50. I almost want to save it. For like Sunday. Let's do another one. Let's do another one. We're definitely not going to be at 50 right now.
Check the equipment and get
But you're playing with Doc on Sunday? I am. So I would play my my 50 with Doc.
But keep an eye out.
Yeah. JC, welcome in. Skid, thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Yeah. I'm not going to try 50 with APOC 3 settings. F that. No, we've seen my luck with that so far. Not good. Not good. Advice for APOC 1. Yeah, don't use the preset that they give you. I would adjust it to be something that you want. Oh, it would be so easy. Oh, would it? Found the Easter egg. Nice. Heck yeah. Go. Owner. Oh my god. Oh my god. Another normie. Hey Chaos, how are you? Oh, Jesus. Ham Jam? Listen, dude. I need you to relax. All right. Oh my god. I haven't heard this much Stone Cold in quite a long time. Childhood memories, right? It's been a minute. My kids started getting into wrestling though. I haven't been in quite a long time. No, we're done hunting. Hey! She's gonna stop again. Dang it. Oh, dang it. It does seem like she's avoiding me. It seems like she's trying to make her way back so she can have a sandwich. Anonymous! Well, thank you for the subs, friend. Oh my god. I've been since they are the... Wait, what? Wrestling buddies. Let's just stand here and try to figure out where it's going to be. Makes it all more special. You share a bird. Okay. Your son was obsessed with John Cena. I don't know who my children's favorite wrestlers are. They're like newer peeps. CM Punk? That sounds right. Jenkins. Oh, she's a crawler. Shit, she's a crawler. Pamela? That was a little confusing. I am not sure. Did you guys see the basement yard? Did you see that they did a show at Madison Square Garden? How effing cool is that? Oh, God. Oh. Oh, God. Oh, God. Ew. Ew. We're going to find you a nice chiropractor, okay? God, I'm going to sneeze. Oh, I feel it. I feel it. I'm fine. I'm fine. Oh, God. What do we think it is? She folded like an omelet. Got it. Okay, there we go. We're good. All right. What do we think this is? I'm not fighting her. I was too distracted by Stone Cold. Ugh. Yeah, we have 0 sanity. That's correct. Yeah. It did feel like it had yokai deafness, but then the other time it didn't. It didn't feel like it was yokai. I almost want to go for it. You're supposed to be there. Oh, you were sick. Oh, damn. You know what? I don't think it is, but we're going to go for it. It's midnight for me, dude. We can't be pushing too much. I don't have that many more left, though. I've only got a couple matches. Mimic? If it's a mimic, this go sucks. Because, like, why am I getting mimics that are not changing to any other go speed? They're just staying the same. Lurk it. No, you're good. Don't ever apologize. You lurk away, friend. You lurk away. I'm not sold, but we'll go for it. Yeah, I wasn't sold. It definitely didn't feel like a Goryo, but that would have been an absolute atrocious, awful mess to figure out anyway. Ugh. Today was just not the greatest day for ghosties. Was definitely not. But we are at 46 of 50. So, I mean, I'm 4 away from getting it, which is great. Oh, yeah, I would have been there for another 20, 30 minutes. Absolutely. All right. I'm going to end it at the other places so we can find somewhere to raid, friends. But thank you so much for chilling. If you're here on Twitch, hang out because we'll go find another Kinetic partner so you can keep earning your badges. Alrighty, ID. Righty, ID. Guys, if you're not already in my Discord, the Discord link is in chat. So is the rest of socials. I've been posting on basically everywhere. The tubes, I've been posting on TikTok, on X, on you name it, I've been posting there. Literally everywhere. All right. Let's go find someone to say hi to. What do we have? What do we have? What do we have? What do we have? Ooh, maybe. I think I know where we're going to go. I think I know where we're gonna go. All right. No, thank you guys for chilling, man. Thank you so much for all the love today. I appreciate you. Thank you, friends. We are damn near close to less than 500 away from the extended goal. And it is the 15th of the month, meaning we still have an entire half of the month to do. You know, my arms were actually okay for the most part. Like just a little sore, but not that bad. Really not that bad. Still need an hour 6. Don't worry about it. I'm about to take you somewhere that still has drops. Yep. All you have to do is hang out and chat and you will be taken to another place that has drops. Yep. Lucy, thank you so much for chilling. I appreciate you. Thank you for the laughs. Thank you. Sunday, we're playing with Doc. Sunday, we are going to be going to Steve's to hang out with Mr. Dockerton. Overdue. Check the DMs. I will. Thank you, Phoenix. Thank you, friend. Love the fast times always. Always, always, always. No, thank you guys for chilling with me. We are going to go say hi to our friend. If you guys are already, if you're not a, if you're a follower, the first one's you. If you're a sub, the next one's you. Creepy tier 3s, you have your own. I read DMs occasionally. Yes. Yes. How dare you? You guys are awesome. Thank you guys so much for all the fun tonight. I appreciate it. I know it was kind of just a grind of trying to get close to the badge, which we are now, so I really don't have to worry about it that much. A lot of ghosties being absolute weenie heads. But you know what, though? Had some good ones, though. We figured out some good ones. I might make something out of it. We'll see. Who knows? There's been a lot of diner videos recently, and I know. But listen, it's fresh. It's new. We're not going to, like Sunday, we're probably not going to only play diner. We will probably play multiple different maps. So thank you for all the love. Thank you for the hangs today. I appreciate all the fun. I will see you guys on Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern for more fun and shenanigans. Peace.